Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Stepan Avagyan Memorial Pardon. Yeah, round 8, so 2 rounds to go, and nothing is clear yet. I'm Grandmaster Miro, together with my wonderful co-hosts, Grandmaster Maria Fominich. We will be calling all the action for those 2 remaining rounds.
Hello, dear chess lovers. 4 out of 7 points.
Yeah. So that is like not a big lead by any stretch of imagination. So people
Only
on plus
plus
one.
one.
Yeah, people on +1 leading the tournament. And let's see who's playing whom. So we started to receive the moves, as you can see. Robert Hovhannisyan and Shimon Gumulaj are on your screen.
And this is maybe the first Caro-Kann?
Yeah, I think it's the first Caro-Kann defense in this tournament. So e4, c6, d4, d5. Okay. And now bishop f5 used to be the move for years, like very long time. People were playing bishop f5 and only bishop f5. And then good old knight f6, knight f6, ef6 kind of gotten re-evaluated, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because, yeah, like
the
on
pawn structure now looks okay for black.
Yeah, it's like what I wanted to say. It's like on a very, very like a primitive understanding. We were thinking that it cannot be good because 4 versus 3 on a queen side and this one. So, you know, in a way, like the exchange Ruy Lopez, Spanish exchange variation, right? I mean, I could actually kind of quickly show when they do this, bishop b5, take here, and funny enough, the structure we get is
the same.
Very similar, very similar if you look in the mirror. Right, okay, in the Spanish it's a little bit different because black has a pair of bishops and so on and so forth. In the Caro-Kann, in this line, black usually hides the king on a king side, so this extra f-pawn helps defend the king, plus controls some squares, like potentially f5.
Or
like,
h5.
Yeah, yeah, that is also very common, launching the h-pawn forward. So the more people looked at it, the more they understood that this is a playable position. Objectively, black is not worse or not much worse at the very least.
Could be long castle for white or short castle.
Yeah, so c3 and then a5. And a5...
quite rare.
It's a very rare move, right? So main would be, of course, bishop to d6, but
bishop to d6, bishop f5, bishop e6, or even g6 and a5 it is.
Yeah. So what happened was a5. White played, I think, bishop d3, knight a6, knight e2, g6, bishop e3, bishop g7, castles. Started with castles, bishop g7, bishop e3 castles, queen to d2, I guess intending bishop h6.
I see Eduardo Iturizaga and Alexander Shimanov
Played this line.
Played this line for black.
Oh, yeah. Right. So for now, it's hard to say to predict much. That's a very solid position for black, but if white gets some exchanges and then, you know, let's say go bishop h6, exchange the bishops, maybe trade some rooks, and then maybe in the endgame this 4 versus 3 actually will pay out.
I remember the standard plan to play rook e8 just
for black.
Yeah, and after bishop h6, bishop h8,
and then f5.
And then
and
F5,
the bishop is okay. I mean, it's not pressing on this one, but it's like black argues that my bishop is more important than white's bishop on h6. Yeah. Now this is possible.
Protecting the king.
What you don't want to do is to take, I would think. And
but
then
maybe the bishop on d3 is hanging, and after c5, knight c5.
Knight c5 is cool. Yeah, knight c5. So now if d takes, White also gets doubled pawn, right? I mean, I'm not sure what, let's say, what this position going to be. Probably white loses c5, yeah.
It's interesting.
Because I have, like, I would think, like, I have a good knight on d4, but c5 is weak.
And the queen on h5, h6,
On h6.
it is the only queen.
Yeah, the only thing that is attacking. Like, I mean, you would want something like that, but the bishop controls it, yeah. So even bishop takes h6 is possible. Anyway, that is what we have. Queen d2, Shimon, as we can see, thinking. So today, cameras in a playing hall are working okay. Again, Robert Hovhannisyan has all draws, if I'm not mistaken, and Shimon, he started with a win in like second round, I think, against Aravind, but then he lost
Two games.
two or three. Now I'm confused.
Yesterday.
He lost yesterday, right? He lost to
Artemiev.
Artemiev, and he lost to Avagyan.
Ah, yeah.
So he lost three. He's on -2. Yeah, moving on. Ray Robson and Sean Sargsyan, both on 50%. And they play the nightmare of the commentators. The Gioco Piano, Castles, yet another version. Like Castles and early knight d2. d6, c3, and a5. Okay. So here again, I have to say, like, I don't know much about this particular line. What I know that when you played a5, and that means like black has a bit more space on the queen side compared to a6, and then white goes before a4. So when you have the pawn on a5, you can, let's say after h3, play bishop e6, and if white takes, simply take back with the pawn. This one is fine. Unlike the position where white gets before a4, and then these are somewhat more pleasant for white. So there is this. And also, from what I see, I don't really understand those positions, but from what I see, usually bishop g5 ideas are what white is trying to get advantage in nowadays.
Knight f1, and
no,
then...
I mean here. So the fact that white has played knight d2, the fact that white has, let's say over here, some, don't know, c3, d6, bishop g5, I'm sure it's in a database. I'm sure there are games like that. Yeah. So the fact that white has played knight d2 early is probably kind of tells us that black should be doing fine. So I think you still go your, say, h3, bishop e6. Not sure.
Maybe we can save our bishop.
Like to go to b3
or
something.
b5,
bishop
a4,
b5, a4. Yeah, makes sense. Bishop b5. Here, I'm actually not sure how black's supposed to play. Maybe maybe h6 to like kind of avoid any kind of knight g5s. Rook e1. And yeah, you're right. Knight e7, knight g6 is very often the maneuver. You just have to watch out for d4.
Yeah, maybe
because b4, and then the bishop will return to d3.
Bishop a7.
Bishop a7 or bishop b6. And again, I never know which is better. But yeah, let's say we went to a7, knight here, knight here. If you went d4, knight here. Relatively standard position. But I think actually, if you get this one, black is somehow happy.
Why white are not happy?
no. I meant the opposite. In fact, white is happy because they defend e4, and they want to go bishop e3, queen d2, and then all the time you have to watch out for sacrifices on h6. And also the bishop returns on d3 in one go, so you don't have to go bishop a2, bishop a4, bishop c2. So probably I played it badly with black. I'm actually not sure if I need bishop e6 at all now. Maybe after h3 I should actually play some a4. Then this is a problem, right? This is a problem.
a3 maybe. but
a3, b4, I
and then
think
knight
this pawn,
c4 and
this pawn will be a problem. Yeah. So you see, shows my great understanding of such positions. I just have no idea what to do there. And it has to be a theory, I'm sure. Okay, maybe let's quickly check what.
7.
Yeah, I mean, just to see, because we have more moves in the phone than we have on analysis board. Not that it changes anything. So white went rook e1 instead of h3, bishop e6 indeed, and b2 b3. I think I've seen it. It looks weird, but kind of the point is, yeah, that you always want to take. Let's say if this happens, yeah, b takes c4, and then you stop black's d5 for a long while, and then you somehow slowly play it this way.
Yeah, white is okay in the center here.
Yeah, white's like
and
white.
Rook b1 maybe.
White always does the same thing. Yeah, actually, you're right. Here, I don't know what. Say black does something after rook b1. It's also unpleasant for black because you're not really threatening to take, but it's annoying that the pawn is always hanging. And if you ever play b6, then it means the bishop is in danger. Right? Oh, sorry. Yeah, you would go knight f1 and somewhere d4 or first a3 to cover this and then d4. Yeah, so the bishop will be in unpleasant situation. So b3 and black played bishop to a7. Okay.
Maybe it's standard plan to h6, knight d7, just to
to move
c6,
the knight
maybe
here.
d5 or b5 for black.
Yeah, I guess you want h6, you want to get the knight on g6, and then you decide.
c6, b5 or d5, yeah.
Yeah, then you decide. Anyway, this one for now is not that exciting. Both players are on 50%. Ray Robson won 2 games, but he also lost 2 games. The latest loss being yesterday against Sam Sevian.
And
Shant started with a loss in round 1 against Aravind and then made draws until he won a very nice game against Gomolage yesterday. Yeah. Okay, moving to board 3. I just completely forgotten that we can change the camera view as well. Moving to board 3, we have Sam Sevian thinking. So that is Donchenko against Sam Sevian. A very original, I wanted to say, position. English opening 4 knights d3. So once again, Artemiev played d3 on a second move here. Yeah, it's a little bit later, but basically the point is to get ready for bishop b4, right? Which is like the main line nowadays after g3. I think bishop b4 is what they do, even though d5 is perfectly fine. Yeah, d3, d5 nonetheless, c takes, knight takes, and white goes e4.
Sveshnikov for white?
It's not, well, theoretically, yeah, if you went here, it would be Sveshnikov, but I think it's different. It's the other Sicilian you can have. Just a second. This Sicilian, what's called the, I'm not sure, Boleslavsky line, 4 knights, knight here, right, and then in case of f3, e5 is the main move, but also like after bishop e2, you can do a lot of things. You can transition to dragon, which I was playing. You can go e6, yeah, but e5 is kind of Boleslavsky line, and then knight goes to b3 or f3. So in comparison, now after d5 and e4, knight went to f6. So this is the move. That is the move that is missing. That would be the identical position, but because white plays something, it's kind of with an extra tempo. Yeah, bishop e2, bishop g4.
First.
Yeah, just to have control, I guess. Bishop e3, queen d7. Interesting.
Non-castle, maybe?
Or rook d8. So basically he wants to attack this pawn and then take on f3. Yeah. let's say castles, rook d8, and I'm not sure how white. Queen b3. This is how white is reacting.
Maybe also d4 is a key square in such
Yeah,
position.
no, the d4, of course.
After
You mean like
exchange of
maybe we
the-
don't
well,
have to go rook d8, maybe we just take.
Take and
I'm a little bit confused, like why we played queen d7 then, because queen d7 kind of hints at us wanting to play. I don't know.
but
Long
maybe
castle,
long
too
castle,
optimistic. I
Yeah.
feel like long castle is too optimistic, and some queen b3, and if you go bishop takes.
You know, yesterday Sam won the game. Maybe today he's in such romantic
So
mood.
he'll play something with the castle long. Okay, we'll see. Let me update. Maybe we have a bit more moves. No, I don't see anything. Can't click the right. Okay, yeah. It's queen d7, and white went immediate queen b3.
Yes, good question. What to do with b7 pawn?
And white gets the chance to play rook d8, rook d1, I guess. So, yeah, rook b8 is not something you want. Castle long, I'm not sure.
You know, it was only one game in my base, and white
With queen
played.
b3?
No, without queen b3. White played here castle.
Short castle,
And after, let me check. After long castle for black.
Black did play long castle.
Yeah. It was
And probably queen b3.
Maybe 2 international masters in 2024.
And probably still like queen b3 and so on.
Yeah, queen a4 was played, but maybe queen b3 is.
Anyway, yes, after queen b3, the big question is, what do we do with this pawn? Because, like, sacrificing it, I mean, I guess we could do this for now. Because queen b7, rook b8, queen a6, knight b4.
Yeah.
And if you take on a7, it's just castle.
Why not knight c2 with the check? The rook is hanging on b8.
I thought we are... Yeah, the rook on b8 was hanging. Yes, a castle, and then we are threatening knight c2, and we are threatening rook a8, rook b8. Yeah. So that is not great, but after bishop d6, I guess I make an argument that, yeah, okay, my pawn is not hanging, and don't know, castle or even rook d8. So it's some very strange Sicilian with colors reversed, obviously. Yeah, queen b3, Sam is still thinking. Of course.
If long castle?
If long castle, then short castle. And I'm not sure. Somehow, like when you're castling long, you would probably prefer this knight on b6 so that it defends the king better. Because it's also very hard, yeah, like with the knight on b. Let me just do this so that I can wait. It was black to move. Yeah.
Okay.
This. Okay. So in this position, we all know what the plan is.
F6,
G5, push everything. Yeah, with the knight on f6, I'm not even sure how I'm supposed to attack on the king side. Probably there is no way. I should be playing for knight d4.
Yeah, but maybe with the knight on b6, white has a tempo after a4, a5.
Yeah, they usually stop it. Knight b4. That's very common for Boleslavsky Sicilian. Black goes a5, white goes a4. Black puts the knight on b4. I'm talking colors reversed, right? So here you could probably go king b8, and then some rook d1 or even knight g5 is possible. It's interesting how computer plays bishop e6 after knight g5 and is not bothered with the double pawns.
After queen
takes with the queen, queen takes, pawn takes, I guess, because of d4.
And d3 pawn.
d3 is a backward pawn, d4 is a very good square. This pawn defends like some key squares. So acceptable, but...
Remind me some Philidor after exchange on d takes.
Yeah. I got it. So that is what?
E4,
E4,
D6,
D6,
D4,
D4,
knight
knight
F6,
F6,
knight
and if white goes
C3,
knight
if
C3, E5. Yeah.
yeah, and after
Takes,
exchange,
takes,
bishop C4,
takes, bishop C4, and there
bishop,
is a
yeah,
line with bishop E6.
yeah.
Yeah. People usually, I think, usually play king E8 nowadays, but this
But
one,
the old fashion is
the old-fashioned theory was this, right? And then, yeah. Anyway, so what I wanted to say that you could play castle long here, but it doesn't necessarily mean that black is playing for, you know, for attack, for a
attack.
sharper game. Yeah, so it could be that just 10-0. I mean, it's not, I'm not a big fan of this move, but maybe I just need to defend the pawn, you know. Let's say castles, bishop e7, or computer actually takes this guy, goes knight d4.
With the tempo, because
Bishop takes with the queen.
And why we are so happy with black?
I don't know. I would be, well, but maybe not scared, but I would be afraid of like white
d4
having d4 somewhere.
Knight b5, d4.
Knight b5, I thought this,
D4.
and d4 nonetheless, yeah.
If takes.
It says a6.
e5, yeah. If it
takes e5, yeah, I guess something like that. Takes on e5, and I should be able to take on b5. Takes, should be acceptable for black.
Should be true.
Again, not sure how relevant that is. Sam is still thinking after queen b3. Yep. Okay, so that is a game of one of the leaders. Sam Sevian is on +1. Donchenko B not +1. And then he lost 2, I think. So he's in fact on -1. Yeah, moving on. Board 4.
Artemiev.
Aravind with Artemiev. And for a very long time, we haven't had, okay, very long time as in like a couple of rounds, we haven't had a decisive game in Aravind's games. So he started with 4 decisive games or something.
Was our newsmaker.
Yeah, exactly. And then somehow he made a few draws. Okay, knight f6, d3, bishop c5.
And
again,
piano.
Gioco piano. h3 here, d6, c3. So people have me confused with all those lines. Yeah, but at least here I know that if you play a5, yeah, bishop g5 is something people try, I think, even with h3. It's very confusing, like when you play the h3, do you want bishop g5 or... Okay, now Artemiev has his own way of playing it. So after c3 he goes knight e7, rook e1 was played.
And knight g6 or bishop
knight g6, I guess d4.
But my pawn on e5
defended, yeah. Actually, there is a lot of sense in playing bishop b6 because after d4, sometimes they would actually go back. Have you seen something like this? Then they say that this one is kind of hanging, and if you went d5, then they happily go back once again, and then the bishop is good.
Yeah, and another option is to take on d5.
After d4, yeah, like just to take d5, which computer for whatever reason doesn't really like.
But you know, it's looks like standard for black. But maybe after after gf6 maybe.
gf6, yeah. And at first computer was not happy for black, but apparently white doesn't have anything direct.
But a pair of bishops?
Yeah, I think black is like, if you let black develop, he'd be the one who is better.
Or maybe bishop f5, bishop g6 to protect the king.
Or maybe d3.
Yeah.
Also nice square. Yeah, so black has a lot of cool squares here. White has to be, I guess white just goes d5 and maybe bishop e3 later to at least exchange one of the bishops. So it can become sharp, but not necessarily good for white. So c3 and Artemiev. No. c3, 97, sorry, yes, and rook e1. Artemiev thinking. That's all we have. And again, casually after 8 moves, Artemiev down half an hour on the clock. Very, very standard situation. I don't know what's going on, but basically in every game he spends a lot of time.
Looks like knight e7 is a rare move.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. Fortunately, my base is out.
I doesn't want to show. So connection is not great.
I try, but should be a rare move. Knight e7.
Yeah, looks like it's not. I mean, again, it's so confusing to me. Like all these various move orders: rook e1 with h3, rook e1 without h3. It doesn't make any difference, or it's irrelevant. You know, black playing a6, black playing a5.
You know, but Sicilian is also very
confusing.
just confusing.
Yeah, maybe, but like in Sicilian, at least for me, it's a little bit easier to understand because the plan, the plans are not so long, kind of, because you know, like for instance, take like here, take this line, takes b4, bishop b6, a4, a6, yeah, and it goes like. Okay, people, if you haven't seen Carlsen Karyakin from the World Championship match, yeah. So like maybe 30 moves needed before White actually starts putting some pressure. Yeah, but I don't know. It's seriously, it's very confusing, and this little differences: the a6 played or a5 played, this or that. Okay, after knight e7, at least I understand what he wants. Knight on g6. Rook e1. I guess our bishop b6 is... Yeah, I guess bishop b6 makes sense. And then white also goes bishop b3, right? To avoid this takes d5 idea.
Yeah, it was a couple of games. Knight g6 or bishop b6. Knight g6 is more popular. So Mamedyarov was played in 2021.
In Riga 21 is something different.
And also Ivanchuk Karyakin was played in 2011.
It's a long time ago.
Yeah. A long time ago.
Karyakin's no longer playing chess.
Yeah, but Ivanchuk is still active.
Yeah, Ivanchuk is still active, still around, and still wins some cool games from time to time. Anyway, that is typical Artemiev. He needs his clock to be down to some minutes, and only then he can start playing. So, speaking of the tournament situation, Artemiev, by the way, is on +1. Yes.
One of the leaders, yeah.
And finally, on board 5, we have Nihal Sarin facing Aram Hakobyan. Here we have the Spanish, and it's a very similar Spanish to the one
of the previous games.
Remember when Hakobyan was playing against Shant? I think it was. No, it wasn't a5. It wasn't a5. Yeah. Somehow there was something like c3, knight d2. He was putting this knight on b3 all the time. Okay,
and
h3.
a5 is
standard, I think. Yeah. Bishop e6. Here again, you can go knight d2.
a6 and b4.
You can take. You can go knight d2. I think both options are possible. I remember some
c3 bishop queen b3 idea, no?
I guess I want to say, like, I remember some old game of Levon Aronian where he went rook b8, rook b5 and then at some point white came up with like central break c3 d4, and then it was like pawn takes, and rook swings to h5 and all of a sudden black is attacking.
Armenian rook.
Yeah. Armenian school of moving the rook. Again, that is, like, it's hard to tell. Like, by the way, it's in general a good recipe to have this rook on b5 because it's not easy to attack it.
Yeah.
It hits this pawn, but black practically never wants to take, but at least like it's irritating.
Light squares, bishop
Yeah, so
changed.
if we do something like that, even then you can go rook b5 or just knight d7, and then you're intending to go d5. Here, don't know. I would still put the rook on b5 just in case. It covers the pawn also. Like after c3, d4, the pawn would not be hanging.
Useful rook on
Yeah.
b5.
But
protecting
then again, usually, from what I understand, like the problem for black is finding the real plan here, because the only real pawn break is d5, which usually, yes, like you push the knight away, but also you create like weaknesses.
And
so
maybe knight h5, knight f4.
Here, yeah, you could.
But maybe you should
Here,
always.
yeah, here it's running into knight a5. So queen e8 to start with, and let's say white goes somewhere.
And then knight h5.
Knight h5, yeah. g3.
But
Queen
g3,
f7,
yeah.
king g2, something like that. g3 is kind of okay because you don't have light square bishop, right? So that is.
I thought about queen g6 and then check on f4.
I guess they can maybe ignore it, so when knight f4 happens, they just go king h2. But yeah, again, not a big specialist on this position, so I suggest we just wait for them to play their moves. Knight d2 was played, so actually we have many more moves. So knight d2, black took on b3, knight to b3, rook e8, rook e1, h6, interestingly, and knight h2, rook b8.
Knight h2, it is the idea to put the knight on e3 after knight f1 or g3.
Actually strange, right? Now I'm thinking more about like f4 plan, because if you wanted the knight on e3 or even like f1, so probably you would do this, because you also have knight c4.
But you know, f4 without a rook on f1.
I agree. It's strange. It's strange. So knight h2. Don't know. Yeah, maybe this. Maybe.
Or maybe to exchange the knight on g4.
Not sure. It's not very convincing, right? If we go knight g4, black first of all can ignore it, and even
if we take
to take on g4, I don't see a big problem with.
Maybe the problem on h4 with h4
takes,
but we can easily protect it here.
Even queen c8 like that, offering a trade. If queen g3, queen e6.
You know, it is the second game for Nihal Sarin. He's playing white again. And
well, here at least there is like some I don't know, some push for white. I mean, I'm not sure how, let's say, how serious it is. Maybe black is just absolutely fine. But yesterday, after 10 moves, it was symmetrical position, and he probably was, like, if anything, slightly worse.
There's all pawns on the board and four knights on the board.
Yeah, it's very typical, interestingly, for Hakobian, right? He has played a few games like that.
Yeah.
So there was a very, very long game against Shant, long not only in kind of in hours, but also in moves. And the situation stayed like they had all the pieces on the board for 25 moves or something.
You know, knight h2, it is maybe idea of Vityugov Nikita.
So there were games like this.
Yeah, with Hare Krishna on 2022. And it was draw. And here it was rook b8. And also played d5 and bishop f8. This position.
Yeah, bishop f8
but
is
rook
kind of standard,
rook b8
right?
Maybe the most standard
yeah,
plan.
still you want it here, right?
Yeah, a5 pawn is interesting because it is blocked the a6 pawn, but
it can
how
be,
to attack the a6 pawn?
Yeah, a6 is like safe for now, And also
Maybe d4,
maybe
queen
a5
d3.
can be a bit weak, right?
What about d4 actually?
I guess they just take, I'm sorry, take, and again they put this rook on b5.
Yeah, and it's strange to put a knight on h2 and then
go d4. Exactly, you're right. If you wanted d4, or if he wanted d4, probably should have gone earlier. And there is c5, rook take a5.
Yeah, the queen on d4 looks terrible.
Actually, what would happen if he would go d4 here? It would make more sense, I guess. Knight takes, and black goes c5.
And if, I don't know, maybe f5 or c6?
Yeah, this I think we could be, or maybe d7. I'm not sure why I went to c7. Probably d7 so that I will be able to go d5. It could be better, but white is not.
Hanging,
yeah, like the white is not in time.
We need two moves.
f3, and it kind of looks ugly. There is already this, and rook e8, f4, knight here, or bishop f4. They go here, still cannot take. Next move, knight d5.
We are not on time here.
Yeah, strangely. So there was what? There was now our knight c6. I guess knight f5 is what we have to do, but then black drops the bishop to f8. Again, this is hanging.
Queen d3, d5?
Yeah, very likely.
And the rook is hanging again on e1. So we need the tempo with the bishop f4, for example. And yeah, but here
then you just take with the knight.
Yeah, here is.
It's already hanging, right? So f3 or knight g3 now.
We need two moves for white here. Knight f4 and queen d3.
If I have two moves, I go queen g4, knight h6 check. Or maybe knight g7, knight e8. It's better two moves, yeah.
Yeah, I played such a game with two moves.
Two moves in a row, yeah. There is, I remember there was, it's some very technical thing, but basically you can prove that white cannot be lost in a starting position when you play two moves. This game with two moves, because if white was lost, he would go knight f3 back to g1. That would be his two moves, and now he's playing black. So it's we can prove that white is not losing.
What is he doing with the pieces?
Adjusting something, I guess. Knight h2 and still no move, right? Oh no, wait. Knight h2, rook b8, and f4. Believe it or not, but it was f4. So now something you would definitely want to avoid is letting white play f5. Again, we as King's Indian players, we know that this is what we want. We don't want to take on e5.
So we should take or something else?
It feels like, yeah, like takes or I don't know. This is.
Yeah,
I can go d5, right? Because this doesn't work yet. This doesn't work.
The pawn is hindered after the exchange.
Then I'm not sure what.
I don't know, but it reminds me a king's.
King's gambit, exactly. Yeah, exactly. So we strike in the center. We want to open the position up.
e5, f4, d5.
While white's pieces are kind of somehow all over the place. Knight on h2, knight on b3. So if white was to take, you just take with the queen, defend this guy. If this happens, you take with the knight, bishop d6. Black is better mobilized. So we'll see.
So after rook b8,
rook b8, yeah, f4 is played.
f4 is a novelty.
A real novelty, right?
Yeah.
f4 is the real novelty on move 15. And I guess d5 is the real test. All the rest is like white is getting the position he wants, but d5 is a real test.
And it always should be new position for Aramakapian?
Yeah. Wait, what's the time situation? In fact, it's probably a new position for both because nobody is like blitzing the moves out. 1 hour 10 for Nihal Sarin and 1 hour 7, 1 hour 8 for Hakobian. So pretty equal on time.
So should be something in this board.
Okay,
Interesting.
so for now, I would say Hwanishan Gumulage is the most entertaining because it's a Karakan, right? So let's go there and update our viewers on the situation. Because Robert Hwanishan was very, very solid through the tournament, but maybe finally somebody playing a Karakan against him will push him to, to play for a win. Yeah. Castles, Queen D2, and let me see what happened after Queen D2. Because
Knight C7?
You can tell me, yeah. Knight C7.
C4? And C4 is a novelty? Because before it was played Bishop H6.
Yeah, that is something that we were looking at. Yeah.
But it's only one game in 2025.
C4 Rook E8, right?
C4 Rook E8, yeah.
Fe1 and
B5.
Black went B5.
Yeah, B5, it's, I think it's good.
It's relatively standard for this structure because
D5 square is...
Yeah, if you go C5, that means Black has access to D5 square. This is actually very pleasant for Black. Then F5.
Yeah, we are fighting for the squares for Black.
Yeah, if you go B3, then I guess D4 pawn is a bit problematic to defend.
And Rook is a bit hanging on
Yeah, I mean, you'll probably like move Rook AD1, but still, yeah. And finally, what he has done in the game, Knight C3, then Black takes on C4. I think he took on C4 already. Yeah, Black takes on C4.
Bishop E6.
Bishop C4, Bishop E6. Bishop takes, Rook takes, Knight A4, and Black went F5. I think Black's, it's fair to say Black solved all the problems. The pawn could be weak, potentially.
Strange isolated pawn on D4, because how to protect it after Knight B5, Rook D6.
I mean, I can go
Rook
here.
B8, Rook B4 maybe is
Yeah,
also...
I can go here, so at least for now you cannot play Rook D6, right?
Knight D7,
so
yeah. Fork.
Have to go to E8. But still, then I'm not attacking the C6 pawn, right? And you're absolutely right. This pawn is very vulnerable.
Maybe F4 could be
F4 idea is somewhere.
Yeah, because Bishop on E3 reminds a big pawn.
So like Queen D5, Rook B8, if needed, Knight E6. No, I think Black is doing like absolutely fine here. I'm not even sure like where exactly White had to improve.
Maybe C4 was...
C4, yeah, Rook E8, and wait, and he went... Why didn't Black play B5 immediately is my question. What would happen if... Then it's like CB5, and I guess taking with the knight is not great because White starts sort of attacking this.
Or maybe Bishop E4, the same idea, and Rook on E8 was good. Maybe now C6 pawn is...
Yeah, now there is a problem with C6 pawn.
A real problem. And the pawn on D4, now it's okay.
Yeah, so that's why he didn't play B5, he went Rook E8, and maybe here White had to pay more attention to the meta, yeah, because Black prepared to play B5 and now he controls E4.
E4, yeah.
Right, so after Rook E, what was the move in the game? Rook E1, now Black plays B5.
So you mean that Rook Fe1 is...
maybe it's inaccuracy, maybe it's too slow. But
Knight C3 immediately?
Well, Knight C3 stops B5, right? But then this is not defended well, so some F5 for
okay, F5. and how to protect the pawn on d4. Yeah?
Go rook d1, for
And
example.
if it takes on.
If bishop d4, you
some
actually have
tactic
bishop
here,
f6. You actually have bishop f6. So this, and then you can take here, and if I take with the bishop, still the knight is too far away, right? I mean, we have some dark square pressure, but the knight's too far away. Black goes knight e6, I guess.
Yeah, but it's
Exchanges.
better comparing the game.
You mean in the game you're a bit afraid that maybe white is the one who is in trouble, right? b5.
Not a big trouble maybe, but not better at all.
Bishop e6 again. So what happened was takes, knight a4 and f5. Maybe he is in trouble because actually, yeah, now that I realize knight c5, you cannot go rook d6, maybe
rook b8.
Rook b8 to start with. So now if you go knight c5, rook d6.
And what
wait
with
a
the
second.
pawn on
It's a pawn.
a5, yeah.
It's a pawn. No, cannot do it. And if I do this, then this move is what computer is happy with. So just avoid knight b7, and then you go f5, and then you go knight b5. Maybe you just win this pawn.
It looks like the most precise
yeah,
way of attack the pawn.
The most precise move order was this, but the way he played it also is very natural. And after knight c5, rook e8, still white has to be very careful. What's the time situation? Robert down to 48 minutes, and the other guy, Gumolash, he's blitzing more or less. 1 hour 25. Yeah, 1 hour 25. So that's the position right now. It's unpleasant. It's unpleasant, and you're right, Maria, that f4 sometimes is. Yeah. So. Okay, so Robert has to be careful not to. Yeah, white's the move.
The move, yeah.
White is the move.
Rook c1 maybe.
Wait, yeah, rook c1.
But you know the current position is without knight c5.
He didn't play knight c5 yet. Sorry, my bad. So this is the position. It's like I thought it's maybe
knight
yeah
c5
maybe you keep it, maybe you keep it here and play start with say rook c1, but then I go rook d6. This is a difference.
They have no knight b7.
And again same thing after rook c5. After knight c5 I just go rook d5, and I should be able to kind of apply enough pressure. So now after rook e1 I guess f4 is something. Or even knight b5, simply. Knight b5. Okay, we'll see. But that is usually what Caro-Kann players, I mean, of this particular line, this is what they're dreaming about, right? That I maybe like win one of these pawns somehow, and my 4 versus 3 will remain till the end of the game. Among other players, I think Magnus used it.
And rook e8 was
played. Yeah, knight c5, rook e8. Yeah, too many squares somehow.
d5, b5.
Too many squares. Yeah, if you go a4, then this is
maybe
possible.
a5 is
a target for white.
Yeah, target.
Can't even go knight b7 because this, right?
Maybe rook c1, then knight b7, and after queen d5,
rook
c5.
I see what computer is doing. Okay, a4.
Okay.
And I'm not sure if queen d6 is such a good move. But then after queen d6, it goes bishop f4. Queen takes, bishop takes. And some knight b3.
Some tricks.
Knight e6.
Okay.
Now, I guess you cannot take on e6 because pawn takes and e5.
E5, yeah.
Yeah, so this tactic doesn't work. And then knight takes. I mean, black is up a pawn. Probably white is like surviving. A5 is weak. Yes, or something like.
Knight
I know.
c2 is.
I think
No.
you can play.
Ah, yeah.
Because
Because
you're threatening, in fact, you're threatening two forks, so I have to be very clever, but king f1 works. Yeah, in case of knight c2, I can take with a check. So rook takes,
yeah, but it is
So,
really far from
knight e6,
the
yeah.
current position.
Absolutely, no. I'm just saying that even this type of endgames, black can be better. Knight c5, rook e8, and Robert is thinking again. Okay, so shall we check? Who shall we check? Robson Sargsyan again.
Yeah. And
Because b3 we've seen, and
after b3 a lot of news.
mm-hmm.
Bishop a7.
Ah, yeah, bishop a7.
h3, h6.
h3.
Knight f1, knight e6, a7.
Knight g3.
Knight g3, knight g6.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. d4.
Finally,
Yeah.
white goes d4.
d4 and a4.
And black went a4.
And this is the last move.
Okay, so now I can take, take on e6, take on e5.
And f2,
And if
f2
you
pawn
take,
maybe hanging
I
after.
take, and can you take f2? No, you cannot. Right?
Maybe not immediately, but.
So this.
Okay, let's try.
No.
Knight d4.
Check. I'm only winning one piece. No,
Ah.
this is. Sorry for suggesting it. Yes, so black has to
pieces,
take,
yeah.
and now these are potentially weak, but I guess
f2 is also
I guess black has like very good pieces, and also my knight on g3 is something I don't like.
It stops with the pawn on e6.
Knight h1. Yeah, so I think this is not a problem for black.
Maybe just go with the bishop on f1, d3, or it's.
I'm not even sure like what I want, right?
Just to save a lot of pieces on the board.
This is a pawn, right?
Ah.
And then queen b3. Maybe that's what I have to do.
I think that black ready to sacrifice such a
Yeah, I
pawn.
mean, he went for it. He went a4.
Queen e8, bishop b6, and maybe the pawn is not so good on a4.
Rook b1, you will go bishop b6 anyway.
Just to take on a4 and to play with all pawns and equal pawns. Ah, rook b5.
Rook b5.
Tricky.
Here. I think white is better, honestly.
Really, rook b5 is unexpected for me.
So the question was, can you take here? And the answer is probably no again, yeah? That is like still a very good pawn center. It's like in some Nimzo. Okay, in Nimzo there will not be a bishop on a7, right? But in some Nimzo at least you would attack c4. Here
but
you
we
have
need
nothing
another
to attack c4.
light square bishop.
Yeah. Like in good old Soviet style blitz, you just push it push it to a6 and say, okay, now I have a good bishop. Yeah, but seriously, I'm not sure. It's like you get all the like nice looking harmonious position, knight on f6, knight on g6, but there is no real plan for black. So okay, a4, and he's actually taken, right?
After
wait,
change
I
of
have to
e6.
switch to the other camera view. Yeah, okay, that's the one. Yes.
Bishop e6.
Yes.
F e6 and b8 takes a4.
Took on a4.
Yeah.
So that is a pawn.
It's
And I think my problem with black is that I cannot really force white to do anything with this structure. Like, so if I take, at least like
rook b1, rook b5 is.
It's a very strange maneuver, but it does something. Yeah. Maybe here just to. I cannot take it immediately. Yeah, but maybe in some case, I'd be able, but then bishop e3, again bishop e3, rook b1.
And
Better for white. Almost sure
we
it's
have
better for white.
no knight f4 maybe. It's yeah, maybe then queen f6 and with the idea
So
to
rook
take on
b,
h3.
rook b1.
Rook b1, bishop b6.
Ah, maybe queen b3.
Queen b3. Ah, it's
Queen b3, so now
double attack.
ah no,
But
no, it wants to take.
yeah, it was my idea.
Wants to take on h3.
It's
Wants to
interesting.
take on h3,
Let's
and then we
continue.
take, and rook takes, and we take.
The check.
Actually, you know, maybe white is attacking.
Who is attacking here? Yeah.
Maybe it's white who is attacking. So very promising, yeah. And again, if I don't want any, you know, complications, I think just taking on f4, and then if you take with the pawn, go knight f1, is still
E5,
better for white because this guy is now
I need e5
not
and
doing much.
somehow to provoke
Queen
you to
b3, rook b1.
to take on
Yeah,
e5.
that's what you want me to do,
Yeah.
and then the bishop, yeah, the bishop of course works, but after e5, I'm pretty much never taking. Yeah,
Yeah.
here it's we just go check and take the pawn. So more pleasant for Robson for sure.
Yesterday
I don't know if
Robson
he played
lost
97
again,
or not.
and today with white. And you know, after the first round or second round, Robson won 2 games in a row.
So he lost. Wait, Robson lost to Donchenko in round 2.
Round 2, and then.
And then he won with black somehow. So he lost with white. He won with black against Gumulash. He won against Hakobian with black.
Avagyan
Yes.
in round
5.
yeah.
So what we do next? Check Donchenko Sevian, right? And now I will not forget to switch the camera.
Okay.
This is stupid. This is my strange analysis. Now let's see. Queen b3. There should be many more moves. I don't know what happens.
But I can say that long castle was played.
Long castle.
After queen b3, long castle,
short castle, and a6. And that's all we have. Wow. That's all we have. That is very strange Sicilian. That is very, very strange Sicilian.
And in this position for knight g5, yeah.
Knight g5. If I take, I cannot defend f7. That is a big problem, right?
We shows bishop e6 idea for black here. Showed it before.
Bishop e6, knight takes.
And queen takes and
queen. Maybe this is
it was the same
kind of playable because of this square, right? But what if I just go? Then I want you to take on f3 or something. a3, move the queen, go b4.
Maybe it's slowly. In such position,
it's slow.
It's really hard to develop the pawns, even for white and for black.
It is quite slow. Okay, if I go here, what does black do? Because if you come back and I go to c2, then I'm kind of okay, right? You cannot go to d4.
Yeah, but h3 pawn is maybe also not a target. I don't know.
You can take, right?
Also.
Take.
Knight d4.
Knight d4 I take with the bishop. Now queen takes.
Yeah.
That's why he plays a6, so to stop knight b5.
Yeah. Knight d2? No.
I mean, there is queen f7. There is queen f7 that I'm kind of considering. Because again,
but
it's
f-file
a pawn,
is maybe...
but there will be some f-file business, yes. I don't think you want to take. I think you want to play a move like bishop c5, maybe. And again, and this one, I understand computer is very happy to take, but for a human game, this looks like gambling, right? Rook g8, and I'm not very happy looking at this. I guess maybe run away, king on h1 is okay. Maybe king on h1 is okay. So when they take, honestly, I don't know. I guess I could go rook d7 protected, but I'm not very happy still. It feels like I didn't equalize fully. Feels like I didn't fully equalize. And if I go back to e6, then queen c2 and a3 before,
a3
very
and
very standard.
And for me, h6 g5, yeah, the plan for black.
Takes and can I
d3
go
maybe
a4?
is hanging after knight e4. Some tactics here.
Yeah, that's why I have to go to a4. I just realized. Yeah, knight b1, knight d2 is like very
solid,
very solid kind of, but yeah, but then you can take e4. So I have to go knight here with a tempo, king b8, and some knight c5 maybe, or rook c1 first, a to c1.
No d3 after the knight d4, d takes, d3, you take
no,
the
bishop
and
the
rook
bishop,
and
yeah.
queen c7.
Okay, let's show this line. Yeah. Yes, now knight e4 is no longer working because white can just take, and when you take
c7.
there is queen takes c7.
Yes, but position is still very complicated.
e5 here.
And takes.
If we take here.
And g takes maybe to open the file on g5.
Gf and bishop h3.
Rook g8 maybe.
Bishop h3.
I think pawn black first.
This or even rook g8, yeah, tricky. So let's see, who has more time here?
Maybe
Sam is down to 48 minutes. Donchenko 1 hour, 1 hour and 2. Yeah. Okay, it's not the real position yet. Sorry.
The real position is
we
after
are still
a6.
we are still here. We are still here. So white has a choice. White can try knight g5 and bishop e6 this endgame, or white can. Almost feels stupid to play h3.
Yeah, g5, g4 is maybe
no, but even like black. Let's say if I just say pass, they will take on f3 anyway.
So h3 is
maybe knight g5 takes.
Not to take on e6. But
yeah, maybe like take here and play. Bishop d1 they will take, right? This is again like if you can get this bishop to say c4, so it protects the pawn and is active at the same time, we are probably better.
Maybe the only plan is to use a c file, rook c1, rook c2, rook c1
here, yeah.
And
but that is what I was thinking here. Like if I play again, I have no explanation why rook f to c1. I just feel that maybe f to c1.
It's dragon school.
Something. Yeah. Maybe f to c1, and if black goes bishop e6, we have the same position, but I didn't play h3, right? I didn't play h3. It's very, very tricky. Okay, so Donchenko is thinking, and we can once again visit Aravin's game. In Ravin's game, we had the problem that Artemiev was not making moves, right? He spent, again, 40 minutes.
For Artemiev.
40 minutes.
After the opening,
So what is the, rook e1, knight g6, d4, bishop b6, bishop to b3,
c6, and bishop
c6,
e3.
and bishop to e3.
And Artemiev is thinking.
Interesting. So does it, I mean, first of all, this is not really hanging. Yeah? This is not really hanging. Now black has to play d5 and some knight
Petrov Spain
Yeah,
pawn structure.
looks like yeah, like from the Petrov, but also black can take here now, and like normally you take with the pawn, but here e4 is hanging.
It's just an
Here
extra pawn for
e4
black.
is hanging, and unless there is like some crazy compensation. No, there is no compensation. I think he'll play d5 next move. There is like one position, but I don't understand how to illustrate it. Like when they go knight c3, you know, and like sacrifice the pawn. I think it's like from the Spanish with a6, b5, and in that position, white strangely has compensation, but not here. I think. No.
No weaknesses on the queen square, yeah? Queen side.
But it's black to move, right?
h6.
Yeah, if it's white to move, then of course, yeah.
Yeah, h6. Just
h6, queen,
to defend. Yeah.
d3, and you go d5. Yeah.
Or
no, wait. Interesting. After d5, computer says, you know what?
bishop
Wait.
c2 and knight
Wait.
e5.
And
it's French ideas for white.
no, but seriously, again, I'm not saying this is a good thing to do here, but I've seen these positions where like you just a pawn down, and it's not so easy to play for black. And sometimes on psychological level also, because you think, okay, I'm up a pawn for nothing, I have to be better, and black, as kind of white still keeps finding some resources. I guess bishop f5 is maybe what you can do. So at least, yeah, if queen here, h6, and if g4, I guess you can go here, knight takes, pawn takes, and d5 next move. You have a square.
Yeah, but black should be
precise
here.
Yeah, right. But also, if you go d5, bishop c7, black is probably winning. So this g4 is way too aggressive.
But actually, I don't believe that Aravind.
So you don't think it's his plan, right, to sacrifice the pawn? So if he is not planning to take with the pawn, then bishop takes. Bishop takes,
and what about c5?
c5, I think you take f6.
Yeah, but
because if you go here, knight e4,
it was my idea just to win a pawn.
So probably you take on f6,
yeah, but
queen takes,
d5,
and some.
Your knight on b1.
Knight d2, bishop d4. I guess actually I don't know, because yes, knight f4 is happening very quickly.
Yeah, right. And somehow maybe we can take on h3, g2, some attacking.
Yeah.
And so c4.
Maybe this
to
knight
open
a3,
the bishop. Knight
f4, knight c4. You have.
Yes, or maybe even if we take with the bishop, is
bishop h3.
Yeah, maybe it's mate.
Checkmate. Yeah. No. Forget it. I'm completely relaxed. Yeah. So this idea then. Wait a second. Then I have a big question. What is his plan?
c5 is
after cd4. Yes, because if you take with the bishop, indeed there is c5. I mean, you probably could try to prove compensation here, like knight d2. Because if knight takes, queen takes, and rook d1, I think white is relatively happy. If you go back to f6, something like that.
No, Aravind immediately took with the bishop. And now Artemiev is thinking that c5 maybe.
c5 is kind of the critical move. Because I think black's position is fine. You don't have to play c5 if you don't want, right?
But we're forcing to exchange.
But c5 is the most critical, right? c5 is the most critical because white will have to think, does he sacrifice the pawn or exchange the bishop? And then finally, let's check one more time. Board 5, Michal Serin with Hakobian. And Michal, after playing d4. We said d5 was very good here, right? That was
Yeah.
the feeling. Let me double check. Ah, already something happened. So f4 he played d5. Pawn takes. Knight takes. d4. Knight g6.
E5
e5. Knight e4.
and knight f3.
Knight went back to f3.
Interesting knight on e4. Is it a good knight or big knight?
Looks nice for black because you can go like either f6 or f5 even. Of course, if you, I don't know, go here and after knight d2 you decide to exchange, this is something very stupid. Probably. Even this one, computers
Rook
doesn't
b5,
care
it was
even
your
here. Yeah, even
previous
here
plan.
computer doesn't care. It says rook b5, c5, and maybe you, yeah, or c6, maybe you win. But if I'm playing this game, I don't want to take, I don't want to, I like this knight here. So I'm thinking, yeah, after knight f3, can I go f6 or even f5 and just like hold it here? And then I don't see what white will be doing even. I mean, you have all the like normal kind of developing moves, bishop b3.
Maybe.
And we still put this rook on b5, our favorite square.
But a pawn is not hanging. Ah, yeah. Start that plan.
Put the knight on e6, and then maybe we actually expand on on the king side.
And maybe king h2, rook g1, g4. Too optimistic, yeah?
Yeah, I think it's too optimistic. What? The dispositions I already mentioned. Like I don't know much, but I remember some games of Levon. And he was a genius in dispositions. Like yeah, he knows all the details here.
And you know, for every Armenian chess player, knight on e4 and also knight on g6 is a promising position because the knights are beautiful and after f5 are well protected. That's why maybe Aram is happy.
I guess, yeah, I guess it looks like his position his position is nice. And let me just see what's the situation with the time. It's okay, 45 minutes for a round, but they already played 19 moves. Unlike
19 moves.
Unlike Artemiev, who is I don't know, who will be in a time trouble by move 15.
Yeah, and the opening is is finished.
Yeah. There is also this move again, and if I mean, first of all, I'm not sure if I want to play knight d2 immediately.
Maybe bishop
Maybe I still
e3.
go bishop e3.
c6. No, f5. It was your.
I think still f5. Yeah. If you take. That's why. Wait a second. That's why I should probably start with f5, because here, if we take, probably I will not play rook b5. I'll probably play queen d6, and the rooks are connected this way.
Actually, I don't like this exchange on f6 for white because e5 pawn. Okay, I understand it could be blocked after knight f8, knight d6, but
it's like I understand. Like you give black a lot of kind of piece activity, right?
Yeah, because with the e pawn, it looks like we have
at least like restricting a little bit. Anyway, I like black here. I think Aram has a fantastic position. We'll see. Okay, guys, I think we covered the opening stage more or less, right? So now usually it is the situation when the game slows down a little bit. People, I don't know, figuring out after the opening, making some plans. So we will take a short break and come back with, in say 10-15 minutes, come back with continuation of round 8. It's only 2 rounds left, so every game is very important.
yeah.
Yeah.
Շատ հաճախ հասարակությունը բախվելով տարբեր մարտահրավերների
Society, often faced with various challenges, finds within itself the key that will help to overcome or confront these very challenges.
այսօր մենք շատ հաճախ ենք գործ ունենում տեխնոլոգիական զարգացման
Today, we're often faced with rapid changes of technological development.
մի կողմից դրանք շատ լավ դրանք ստացվում են մեր կյանքը
On the one hand, they make our lives much easier, but as it is said, these technologies do not make us smarter, if not the other way around.
շախմատը ես դիտում եմ հաճախ որպես հասարակության կողմից փոխհատուցող մի գործիք
And I often see chess as a compensatory tool by society that allows our minds to grow.
այնպես որ ես կանխատեսում եմ որ 20 տարի կամ մի քիչ ավել կամ պակաս
So I predict that in about 20 years we will have a generation that will be much more responsible and honest.
այն երեխաները որոնք շախմատից ավելի բարձր հաջողություններ են ունենում շատ ավելի բարձր է
Children who are more successful in chess generally have a stronger ability to weigh.
Ինչու հենց
But why chess?
շախմատային կրթության արդյունքում
As a result of chess education, we're able to develop the child's cognitive process in the most harmonious way.
այստեղ մենք ունենք հնարավորություն մտածելավոճի զարգացման, այսինքն
Here we have the opportunity to develop a way of thinking that is, to think in terms of formation of a certain social style.
այստեղ եւ երևակայությունն է, այստեղ եւ հիշողությունն է մշտապես
Here is the imagination and here is the memory of the constant operations that have already been demonstrated. In general, all this is the formulation of internal speech and accordingly concentration.
Սա ամենաներդաշնակ պոտենցիալն է, որը որ
This is the most harmonious potential we can form in a child.
Որն է այսօրվա կրթ
What do you think is the role of chess teaching in today's educational philosophy?
Կարծում եմ որ
Today, I think that chess can play a crucial role in our education
որովհետև հիմնական ռեսուրսներից մեկը որ
because one of the main resources that are very important in education is concentration.
շախմատը այն գործունեության տեսակներից է որ
And chess is one of the activities that also focuses on it.
կարող եմ ասել որ շախմատը սովորեցնում է կարգապահություն
I can state that chess teaches discipline because it is one of those games where we have a clear and fixed rules.
իրական կյանքում մենք հաճախ
In real life, we often think only about what we should do.
բայց օրինակ շախմատը
But for instance, one of the biggest advantages of chess is that the chess player has to calculate not only his or her steps, but also the opponent's.
երբ որ ես շախմատում փորձում եմ
When I try to decide what to play in the given position in chess, I must calculate how my opponent will respond me if I choose any of the pieces.
դիմացին ինչ
դիմացինը ինչ
հակակայլով
կարող
է
է պատասխանել
առաջ գալու։
ինձ այո օրինակ պատկերացրեք եթե իրական կյանքում էլ մենք այսպես մտածենք օրինակ մտածենք եթե ես
Imagine, for example, that in real life we would have thought so. Like, if I take this step towards a person, how can he respond me?
շախմատը ընդունված է անվանել որպես ինտելեկտուալ խաղ, մտածելու խաղ, բայց ես ձեզ ասեմ, որ եւ որպես արվեստ
Chess is commonly referred as an intellectual thinking game. But let me add that chess, both as an art and as a sport, has great psychological and emotional potential.
Պարզվում է, որ շախմատը հանդես է գալիս
It turns out that chess is the most diverse and the best life model.
Ինչպես ենք ցույց տալիս կամ ապացուցում
How do you show or prove to a parent that chess knowledge will have the potential to be used in the future?
պետք է առաջ
We must initially take into account the interdisciplinary connections. That is to say, the connection of chess with mathematics or with the field of IT. The second, third, or fourth grade child is already able to analyze, plan, or assess the situation.
կամ գնահատել իրավիճակը
It seems to me that all this is the guarantee of learning other subjects well and being a good specialist in the future.
Ես տեսնում եմ, որ երեխաների մոտ այն երեխաներ, ովքեր որ կարող են շախմատում
I see that kids who are able to do better in chess perform even successful at mathematics.
ուսուցիչները որ որակներ
What qualities, abilities, or goals do teachers see in the field of general education?
Հիմնականում շեշտում էին կոնկրետ վերլուծելու կարողությունը, այսինքն կանխատեսելու, պլանավորելու, համադրելու։
Teachers mainly emphasize the ability to analyze, predict, plan, and combine, the development of algorithmic, logical thinking, as well as the role of chess in the process of formation of observation.
շախմատ ուսումնական առարկայի շրջանակներում
What personal qualities are formed within the subjects of chess?
դա օպերատիվ վերաբերմունքն է։
The essence of chess is the operative attitude that at this moment, at this time, in this place, the child must take a step.
Այսինքն լուծման
In other words, the rationality of the solution in the given time.
երկրորդը ինքը պատասխան է
Secondly, the child is responsible for his or her step.
ինֆորմացիա է ստանում ընդունվող կամ մերժվող կողմից։
Thirdly, he or she receives information from the recipient, and only by looking at the opponent's face can guess how strong, positive, or negative the step was. That is, the child develops emotional intelligence.
Շախմատը այն առարկան է, որ մշտապես, հա, տարբեր փոփոխվող իրավիճակներում
Chess is a subject that constantly aims and overcomes obstacles in different changing situations. It has emotional feelings, it controls those emotional feelings, and finally,
բավականին շատ հետազոտություններ ունենք, որտեղ որ մենք տեսնում
currently we have an enough amount of research proving that emotional intelligence of pupils studying chess is quite high.
Ժամանակակից մեր կյանքը ինքը եւս ապացուցում է
Modern life proves that creative, flexible, and enterprising people are in great demand nowadays, and modern education aims to identify those people. Chess is in fact not only a model of life, but also of creativity.
դասավանդումը նպաստում է ստեղծարարության չափորոշիչների
Teaching is especially conducive to the development of flexibility, originality, and sophistication.
Կրթության մեջ շախմատը այլ առաքելություն ունի իրականացնելու։
In education, chess has a different mission and is multi-layered.
Շախմատը պահանջում է վիզուալիզացնել։
Chess requires visualization, that is, say, the development of visual perception.
Վիզուալիզացիան այն կարողությունն է, որը մարդուն օգնում է ցանկացած իրավիճակից առաջ ստեղծել մտապատկերներ եւ
Visualization is the ability to help a person create ideas before any situation and try to visualize the situations in possible detail.
Վերապատրաստման դասընթացի բովանդակ
That is to say, the content of training course is based on the assessment of the teacher's expectations and needs.
Անպայման երկու, կարևոր սկզբունք ենք որդեգրել։
Definitely, we have adopted two possible principles. The first is that the needs of teachers must be identified and adequately answered.
Եվ երկրորդը հենվում ենք մեր
And second is that we rely on our research, which is not only psychological, but also sociological and methodological based.
Ինձ ապրեցրեց շախմատը եւ այսօր
Chess revived me, and today I help others feel good. This has been the role of chess in my life, like many others.
Շատ հաճախ հասարակությունը բախվելով տարբեր մարտահրավերների
Society, often faced with various challenges, finds within itself the key that will help to overcome or confront these very challenges.
Այսօր մենք շատ հաճախ ենք գործ ունենում տեխնոլոգիական զարգացման
Today, we're often faced with rapid changes of technological development.
մի կողմից դրանք շատ լավ դրանք ստացվում են մեր կյանքը
On the one hand, they make our lives much easier, but as it is said, these technologies do not make us smarter, if not the other way around.
Շախմատը ես դիտում եմ հաճախ որպես հասարակության կողմից փոխհատուցող մի գործիք
And I often see chess as a compensatory tool by society that allows our minds to grow.
Այնպես որ ես կանխատեսում եմ որ 20 տարի կամ մի քիչ ավել կամ պակաս
So I predict that in about 20 years we will have a generation that will be much more responsible and honest.
Այն երեխաները, որոնք շախմատից ավելի բարձր հաջողություններ են ունենում, շատ ավելի բարձր է
Children who are more successful in chess generally have a stronger ability to weigh. But why chess?
Շախմատային կրթության արդյունքում
As a result of chess education, we're able to develop the child's cognitive process in the most harmonious way.
այստեղ մենք ունենք հնարավորություն մտածելավուճի զարգացման, այսինքն
Here we have the opportunity to develop a way of thinking that is, to think in terms of formation of a certain social style.
այստեղ եւ երևակայությունն է, այստեղ եւ հիշողությունն է մշտապես։
Here is the imagination and here is the memory of the constant operations that have already been demonstrated. In general, all this is the formulation of internal speech and accordingly concentration.
Սա ամենաներդաշնակ պոտենցիալն է, որը
This is the most harmonious potential we can form in a child.
Որն է այսօրվա
What do you think is the role of chess teaching in today's educational philosophy?
Կարծում եմ որ
Today, I think that chess can play a crucial role in our education.
որովհետև հիմնական ռեսուրսներից մեկը որ
Because one of the main resources that are very important in education is concentration.
շախմատը այն գործունեության տեսակներից է որ
And chess is one of the activities that also focuses on it.
կարող եմ ասել որ շախմատը սովորեցնում է կարգապահություն
I can state that chess teaches discipline because it is one of those games where we have a clear and fixed rules.
իրական կյանքում մենք հաճախ
In real life, we often think only about what we should do.
բայց օրինակ շախմատը
But for instance, one of the biggest advantages of chess is that the chess player has to calculate not only his or her steps, but also the opponent's.
երբ որ ես շախմատում փորձում եմ
When I try to decide what to play in the given position in chess, I must calculate how my opponent will respond me if I choose any of the pieces.
դիմացին ինչ
ինչ
հակակայլով
կարող
է
է պատասխանել
առաջ գալու։
ինձ այո օրինակ պատկերացրեք եթե իրական կյանքում էլ մենք այսպես մտածենք օրինակ մտածենք եթե ես
Imagine, for example, that in real life we would have thought so. Like, if I take the step towards a person, how can he respond me?
շախմատը ընդունված է անվանել որպես ինտելեկտուալ խաղ, մտածելու խաղ, բայց ես ձեզ ասեմ, որ եւ որպես արվեստ
Chess is commonly referred as an intellectual thinking game. But let me add that chess, both as an art and as a sport, has great psychological and emotional potential.
Պարզվում է որ շախմատը հանդես է գալիս
It turns out that chess is the most diverse and the best life model.
Ինչպես ենք ցույց տալիս կամ ապացուցում
How do you show or prove to a parent that chess knowledge will have the potential to be used in the future?
պետք է առաջ
We must initially take into account the interdisciplinary connections. That is to say, the connection of chess with mathematics or with the field of IT. The second, third, or fourth grade child is already able to analyze, plan, or assess the situation.
կամ գնահատել իրավիճակը
It seems to me that all this is the guarantee of learning other subjects well and being a good specialist in the future.
Ես տեսնում եմ որ երեխաների մոտ այն երեխաներ ովքեր որ կարող են շախմատում
I see that kids who are able to do better in chess perform even successful at mathematics.
ուսուցիչները որ որակներ
What qualities, abilities, or goals do teachers see in the field of general education?
Հիմնականում շեշտում էին կոնկրետ վերլուծելու կարողությունը, այսինքն կանխատեսելու, պլանավորելու, համադրելու։
Teachers mainly emphasize the ability to analyze, predict, plan, and combine, the development of algorithmic, logical thinking, as well as the role of chess in the process of formation of observation.
շախմատ ուսումնական առարկայի շրջանակներում
What personal qualities are formed within the subjects of chess?
դա օպերատիվ վերաբերմունքն է։
The essence of chess is the operative attitude that at this moment, at this time, in this place, the child must take a step.
Այսինքն լուծման
In other words, the rationality of the solution in the given time.
երկրորդը ինքը պատասխան է
Secondly, the child is responsible for his or her step.
ինֆորմացիա է ստանում ընդունվող կամ մերժվող կողմի
Thirdly, he or she receives information from the recipient, and only by looking at the opponent's face can guess how strong, positive, or negative the step was. That is, the child develops emotional intelligence.
Շախմատը այն առարկան է, որ մշտապես, հա, տարբեր փոփոխվող իրավիճակներում
Chess is a subject that constantly aims and overcomes obstacles in different changing situations. It has emotional feelings, it controls those emotional feelings, and finally,
բավականին շատ հետազոտություններ ունենք, որտեղ որ
Okay, and we are back. Let's continue with round 8 of Stepan Avagyan Memorial. Starting from, again from board 1.
Starting from your impressions about the Jermuk, maybe something new.
No, I've already told you that I like it here, and again, I imagine like I'm sort of used to live in bigger cities, right? But so I mean, like living in Germany all the time, probably I would like find it boring at some point. But yeah, for the chess tournament, it's absolutely fantastic, and it's so peaceful as well. So not the cars, but you hear not the cars, but the birds singing and so on. So that is
And what is your favorite food here?
Food? I'm not sure. I not because there isn't, but quite the opposite. Like everything's so cool. That is something that people do not know, but we are treated in a very good manner. Organizers brought a chef from one of the Yerevan restaurants, and we are enjoying it.
And here in Ashar Health Center,
yeah. So that is, I mean, cannot complain. Everything is great. Who could possibly complain is Robert Hovanesyan, because everything great, but not his position.
Not his position.
Not his position. That is what we've seen. Knight c5, rook e8. He went rook e1, knight to b5, and interestingly, he wasn't forced to go d5, but he chose to. He went to d5. There was an interesting line computer was recommending: a4, knight takes, bishop takes, bishop takes, and then of course taking with the queen would be bad. Yeah, but you have queen f4 move, and apparently black is like not better.
Yeah, but
or maybe better, somewhat better, but
it's not too easy to.
Yeah, queen f4, queen f4 is not easy, right? And I guess this should be closer to a draw, but maybe bishop e5 is what black has to do.
Rook d8.
Rook d8, bishop f4. Take on a8, and
maybe rook d1.
Yeah, I guess again it's very likely that all the pawns are the pawns are getting exchanged, and somehow 4 versus 3 you're holding. Yeah, but it's quite unusual that after 20 moves, white's already looking for the way to hold some endgame pawn down. Yeah, so he went d5, and what happened was queen to d5, pawn takes. Now rook d5, bishop b2 is scary, so he went a4, and I'm not sure if black has played knight c7, defending the pawn for now.
And an extra pawn, and what about the compensation here?
No, I mean there is probably something like rook b1, and you're trying to play b4. I was thinking about bishop d4, but then black just trades, goes rook e2, and so it's not fully, not full compensation. Yeah, it's not equalizing. So bishop d4 is not great. Maybe just rook b1. I see computer even goes g3 and sacrifices a
Another pawn?
second pawn. I guess wants to go rook b7 or something.
And if rook b7?
Yeah, but this is something I don't understand. I mean, okay, there is d4, which I was not planning to do, but even if I go knight e6.
And at least one pawn.
Takes, yeah, takes.
Rook c5.
And they want to go rook c7. Yeah. Have to be a bit more careful. Maybe.
No, my
actually,
rooks
it's not easy.
are very active here.
Actually, not easy. Right. Maybe I have to go rook d8 to try to exchange a pair of rooks. Because now, if you trade, I think black is actually. Maybe even this one's not much. Maybe even this one's not
Your
much.
king on g8 is.
I'm not happy. Yes, I'm not happy with the king being cut off.
H4 and the structure is better for white.
Here, I mean, black still has a pawn, right? E5, bishop d4, but yeah, white is not worse. White is not worse. So yeah, maybe that's what he has to do. Just go g3. Maybe black will not take in that case, but go some rook b8 or something. Anyway, white is fighting for, to equalize. White is fighting to equalize. And strangely, I don't even have the update here.
No updates already.
After knight c7, there was no move.
Avagyan is thinking. He has 32 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. We
Kumulash 56.
move to board 2, where we more or less predicted what will happen. So this position, remember, bishop takes, pawn takes, all that was played. ba4, bishop b6, rook b1, queen d7, rook b5, rook a5.
Rook b5.
Yeah.
Smart move, really.
Rook a5, queen b3, rook fa8. So this way, black does win the pawn back, it seems.
Yeah.
But something I don't quite understand.
Bishop e3. Takes.
So now if you take on a4, white takes on a5.
Rook a3 was played.
That's already happened.
And this is.
I guess you can go back to
b1.
b1. Now black has to take an e5 back because bishop e3, white will take this, then some e5,
And if d takes e5?
So queen b1, d e5, and we can take this guy. Maybe rook d1 first, maybe just take on b6.
Take on a2, take on b7. Okay, who is...
White is up a pawn. Maybe I will lose the c3 pawn, but still it's not, it's still not over because these are weak. I guess these are weak, but also knight f4 is something that black has going for him. So queen here, and potentially you want to jump to f4 in some
c3
case.
C3 pawn is also thinking.
Yeah, I guess maybe black just holds like that. I can go rook b8, king h7 immediately, or takes, king h7 is also possible.
Maybe after the exchange, the pawn on e5?
I thought it was queen c5.
Queen c3.
Queen c5 hitting this and this, knight d3, queen c3, and somehow white is still up a pawn, but I feel like it will be a lot of compensation to the c2 or d2.
Easy to blunder here something for white.
Yeah, and then let's say if we get the knight to a 4 square, maybe black has full compensation. Yeah, so maybe the situation is not as bad
As we thought before the break.
Yeah. So again, takes was played, rook a3, and he's thinking after rook a3. So queen b1, one option, maybe. Okay, I don't think sacrificing a queen will be an option.
After some coffee, the situation always looks better than before. That's why after the break we are happy.
Queen b1 and d6 and
after rook a2, I think that black
takes.
black's rooks are very good here.
Maybe rook d1 in this moment.
But
or
maybe after queen c7, c3 pawn is also
this equal, right? Even rook a1 is a sort of a threat, yeah. I mean, it's probably not a threat really, because there will be rook b8. It's just
rook
like
b8 and maybe or rook d8 to exchange the rooks.
Yeah, not enough material. I feel like not enough material to have something. So white has a little bit better structure, but black has a little bit better knight, right? Because you can go to f4 and white cannot go to f5. So this should be
the knight on g3 is
not great. Not great. Okay, bishop e3, and we are here, and Ray is thinking. He did play queen b1. Yes, and Shant just has to take back on e5.
Or maybe knight on e5.
Knight takes, pawn takes. It's kind of a similar position, but I feel like
now knight f4 is not.
You don't have the knight which was jumping to f4. Now both are knights. Like my knight on g3 is not great, but also knight on f6 is not going. Yes,
so it's better for white.
Better to keep the knight on g6. Yeah. And he will. It's not rocket science. He will find it for sure. Let's move on. Let's see what Donchenko Sevian doing. They actually simplified a lot. So Donchenko went with knight g5, bishop e6, took on e6.
It was our previous line.
Rook a c1, knight d4. And knight d4 is not really liked by the computer, because white goes bishop d1, knight d7, and here you can play knight e2.
To exchange the knight.
Yeah, to fight for the d4 square. Like, even this could be
maybe
could be good, but I'm probably not in time. Yeah?
e5, f4, you mean?
I was just thinking this, but you have knight c5 and bishop c4,
no
b5.
Bishop e6. You are not
bishop
on time
c4,
here.
b5.
That's why maybe f4 instead of bishop e3.
Not to play e5 for one, knight e5, maybe,
yeah.
and if I go here, and g5, so that to make sure that, it's better for black, it's a good position. So taking on d4 is stupid, but knight e2 is something that white should try.
Here,
because if you take, he played bishop g4, he didn't go knight e2.
Knight e2,
When bishop g4.
Attacking the pawn on e6,
and
h5.
Played?
And bishop h3.
Bishop h3, but now you don't have knight e2, so probably he wants to take and then go knight e2.
And king b8.
King b8.
And if now we try to take.
Try to do the same, takes,
knight
e2, probably
knight e5,
same
thing.
Knight e5, knight f4 though.
Knight
f4.
And if
g5 I take. And
g5
is hanging. No, it doesn't work. g5 is too much.
I thought about g4 trapping the bishop, but.
No, maybe you can do. This I will take on d7. This I will take on d7.
We should save our knight on e. But maybe knight e5, knight f4, and here something. Knight e5, knight f4, rook h6. Rook h6.
I'll still take, right?
Still take. Maybe some
You can do this, so that when I take this
Ah,
guy,
take on
you take on
D3.
d3. But still, I feel like white could be
Rook c7 is impossible.
rook c7, rook e6.
Rook c6,
So
rook d1,
this one.
knight b2.
Knight b2 and rook d4, and
But
I
maybe
go to d7.
Yeah, and maybe
This is not great. No, no. I guess you go back to c5. I think this is the recipe. You go back to c5.
Knight d4.
Now knight d4, maybe.
Or
there is also this. This.
You know, but maybe my knight is better than your bishop here.
Rook d4, knight e4,
Yeah.
some g3. Looks equal to me. I don't know. Looks equal. The bishop is never too bad. I can always go g3, bishop g2. Equal is okay, but white wanted, at least we wanted, to find advantage with white, and it's not clear. And what's interesting, if you don't take on d4 right now, black will play knight c5, attack d3, and he will be ready to take on d4 with the rook. And I'm not even sure what other move we have. So, like, oh, f4, no. 4, maybe bishop c5. Yeah, that is f4 is terrible.
Knight d2 is a big threat.
So yes, I have to go here. Black has to
jump knight d5.
Knight e5, that is what we looked at. There is some rook h6 in this position apparently. And then when you take, there is knight c5. Yeah. And it's interesting to sacrifice an exchange like that. But black takes back, takes on d3, and this should be no problem, right? Rook d2, this one is always hanging. We've seen wars and games being held, so this one, it's actually like if you don't pay attention, you can end up in a bad position with white, like when black is super active.
Okay. After king b8, Donchenko is thinking, and it is only 17.
Move 17,
Yeah.
and how much time does he have?
About a half an hour. Donchenko 42 minutes left, and Savian 30.
30 minutes.
30 minutes.
So Savian, after winning a game yesterday, he immediately became one of the favorites to win the tournament. But today, still, like if Donchenko plays it correctly, if he takes on d4, it will be very hard for black to win. Right.
A lot of exchange, yeah, after
Takes.
forcing line.
Yeah, anything else is bad, right? I have to go knight e2, and then we found. You know what? Actually, g5. There is like computer gives g5 here.
G4 is a big threat, but maybe we can
Bishop
take on
e6, knight c5.
Bishop c4.
Bishop c4, b5, and some move like. It's crazy.
Looks dangerous for black with this pawn structure.
And you take. Yeah. No.
A lot of weaknesses here.
Black has to somehow consolidate. So knight e5, knight f4, rook e8 was the best we had.
Or rook h6 with the idea
without
jumping on c5 with the knight.
Like here, yeah, in this move, rook h6. Still possible to find something, but yeah, like interesting that if you go rook d1 or rook e1, rook d1, I guess rook e1, knight c5, and then this thing is hanging.
Rooks are stupid on c1,
yeah.
e1.
No, I was thinking like I go here, for example. I go here, knight c5. Wait, is there by any chance?
And if bishop g5?
Knight f3, I was planning to go. Gf3, rook g8, but this is stupid, right? Knight f3. I mean, I'm winning the bishop back, but my pieces are like, look, I mean, it's like stupid, but also not so stupid. I have two very nice squares. It's just like my pieces are not in time.
Yeah.
If this knight is already on c5, maybe I'm doing okay, but this is not real. So rook d1, I guess like knight c5 move, and I wanted king f1 to defend this, and maybe go knight e2, some plan like that. So maybe after all he's not forced to take. We'll see. We'll see. So far he didn't play anything. Then a friend Aravind on board 4 against Artemiev. Vlad took this pawn, d4, bishop d4, and he went c5.
He went c5, yeah.
And somehow he actually keeps this pawn, bishop g5, d5, knight f1, bishop e6.
But maybe d5 pawn is a
Yeah,
weakness?
d5 pawn is still weak, right? So the problem, you cannot take it immediately because rook d8, right?
And a pin after knight.
Yeah, bishop d3, rook d8, and this is not great, of course. So you cannot take it immediately, but maybe some knight e3,
c4 maybe.
c4, bishop c2.
And now, are you threatening to take on d5?
Maybe I don't want to. Maybe I want to go knight d4 or something. So the big question is like, can you actually play h6?
Maybe.
So if bishop takes, queen takes, knight d5,
with a tempo here.
bishop, queen. I was hoping for knight f4.
And
yeah, maybe something. Yeah, knight f4.
If queen c4 it is
Queen
it's
c4.
okay
I think h3.
Knight h3.
I can take h3. Yeah.
That's why maybe
you need you can go queen e4, or you can sorry, something happening. No, something happens with the mouth. Or you can try to take b7 maybe. That is
still holding knight of
the knight is still protected because queen e4. Okay, g6 is not such a terrible weakness actually. Maybe the move I want to play anyway. But I feel like this guy is a little bit. It's very dynamic. If black holds, he always has to be like very clever with his moves.
And with an extra pawn will also clever here. Maybe not h6. Maybe some useful move before.
It's also quite annoying, this pin, right? Knight f5, knight d4. Have to be careful because I might not be able to unpin. Okay, that is.
Instead of
there
c4,
was,
d4.
Yeah, there was d4, right? And this is probably a better move. If I take this guy, there is d3, and it's black is just like probably doing good. Here. Like if I would be taking this with the rook, maybe, but yeah, with king f2, I don't believe white has anything good. So I need to take this guy. You take back, I think, and knight c4, and I guess just some rook e8 or.
And if you take on c4, and then
you can take this, go here, but okay. Now I see Compi goes back, but I feel like even something like that, the bishop is so.
Yeah, but the pawn on d4 is.
Okay, it's a pawn. I agree. I should not take. This is too naive. Wait, is this a move?
Counter-attack.
Is this a move? So when you take, I take this guy.
Let's attack the bishop.
Rook c8, bishop goes.
Okay, but still, maybe knight g5 is hanging on.
Yeah, I want to play knight g5, of course. Yeah, it's
very
actually
strange. Queen on g6.
It actually starts to be very sharp, this one, because if you let me take on g5, white might be just winning.
But
So,
after knight g5, your next move is bishop
threatening
f7.
f7, yeah, threatening f7.
But
If
after
this,
yeah?
this, and wow, that is a tactical exercise. Bishop f2, king f2, queen b6.
Idea is
And
to
wants to
take
take on b3, yes.
And queen h7
And black is much better. Queen b3, yeah. You have to take g7, a b, and some rook c2 or something. Yeah.
Too dangerous.
Okay, so after d3, white cannot take g5. Will he play some rook? I don't know, rook d1 or no, wait. It's actually a threat. Bishop f2,
Yeah.
queen b6. Okay, maybe I should stop and just take this pawn, but then black is probably fine or even more than fine.
But in the game,
what did he do in the game? Wow. So he did play d4.
D4?
Okay, good news. d4, c takes, and white went knight
g4.
g4.
Yeah, to use the spin on f6.
Knight g4 and bishop takes knight.
H takes.
Pawn takes, and again you can play h6 if you want. Or you can play d3 immediately.
Yeah, the bishop on b6 is
some ideas like that. I'm sorry, some ideas like that even. No. Or just queen d6 next move, right? Queen d6 on pin, d4 hanging.
Nice chances
Wait,
for
Artemiev actually is better. I just realized. He's very serious about this extra pawn. Yes, takes. 24 minutes for Vladislav Artemiev and 40 minutes for Aravind.
25 minutes is more than enough for.
Yeah, for Vlad, it's even 2 minutes he wouldn't be so shocked, but 25 is. Now I'm not even sure what I like. Where is my compensation?
After d3.
I'm not sure where is my compensation.
Next move, queen d6. Yeah. And the pawn on d3 is.
Okay, if I just take, because if queen takes, queen b2, even this one I'm pawn down, right? Like if cannot play rook
maybe
e2.
some pressure on f7 pawn.
Bishop f6.
G6. More
gf6.
greedy
Yeah.
line to take on.
Brilliant. Yeah. gf6 and that is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Queen d6, rook d8. Extra pawn on d3.
And we need to put our knight on f5.
White?
Yeah.
But it's impossible, right? It's impossible. Yeah, gf6 is just like better for black. Maybe, by the way, now I have a theory that maybe this is what Aravind kind of missed. That he thought at least I can take, and because I don't know what move are we playing. It's very hard to attack this pawn. Yeah. Next move, queen d6 anyway.
It was interesting moment, and then Artemiev played c5, and he asked Aravind.
Here.
Here, yeah.
c5, yes.
Yeah.
Take f6 or no wait, but going back was okay still. Knight e4, knight d2 was okay. Knight back here. Bishop g5 was okay. d5, knight f1. So far, computer approved. Oh no, wait, not bishop f6, bishop f6.
Knight e3.
Knight e3.
d4.
d4, c takes. And knight c4 was
knight
needed.
g4 was a mistake.
Yeah, knight c4 was needed. Knight g4 apparently is a mistake because of takes and d3. Okay, if Artemiev wins with black, he will be in a very good situation.
Maybe one of now he's one of 3 leaders, and after.
But look, Sevian for now doesn't look like he's winning, and then on board 5, Nihal was worse. Actually, let's check Nihal Savin with
would be the one leader, maybe after.
So Artemiev can be a sole leader, but that is if he wins. If that's many things. Queen to d7, bishop e3, f5, and here e f6 was played, and apparently it's a correct move. Knight fd2. So white is trying to kind of simplify, simplify, exchange stuff, and so on.
Bishop h4.
We have more moves, Bishop h4.
Let's continue, Knight e4, rook e4, knight c5.
Wait, what's the trick? If I take knight e to c5, queen e7. So he just sacrifices an exchange.
Yeah, but maybe the pawn on
takes,
a6.
Takes on a6.
And pass pawn on a5 is dangerous.
And then just goes. And he can
before
take before.
a6.
And if rook b7, then we have a tempo, or even other knight. So this didn't happen. Knight e4 he took with the rook, right?
Knight c5.
Knight c5.
Now he have to play with the queen, but what move is better here? And is there any difference between the moves?
Yeah, I think e8 takes, if you take on e1, there is a check on f6 intermediate, and this is,
No.
That's why you go queen e7. That's why you go queen e7. I'm not sure why queen e8 at all, right? And then, again, this is hanging, so I have to take the rook, and you take this rook.
And now knight f6 is not...
Knight f6 you'll just take. Queen...
But maybe possible. Knight f6.
Queen here. You can go to e1. You want knight f6 anyway. Knight f6, queen f6.
Yeah, just take
queen
on e1.
takes, and rook e8.
Okay, but queen f2.
But white is not better here, huh? Or is he? No, I think black.
I don't
black
know
is
better.
I feel like black is doing okay because this pawn is no longer weak, right? So if anything, there was one moment where you could do this.
Well,
then
he played queen g4 after bishop e1.
Queen g4, not queen queen g4 here.
Attacking the knight.
So basically, it's the same position. If this happens, rook e1, maybe white is like
but
tiny bit better.
We thought that Aram is a bit better before the break.
He was. So remember the moment when f5 was like here, f5. He needed to play f5 here immediately, and then it was bad for white to take. Here it was bad for white to take. Basically, they got this position, and instead you could go queen d6 to g3 or something.
No force,
now, if you try knight d2, bishop h4 wins. Yeah. Bishop h4 wins. So that's like a tiny difference, which eventually is a big difference. And if white doesn't take, then it's just like a more pleasant position. You have all the control. The knight on e4 is great. So he thought he can still do it, but then Michal Serena understood that he can take and try to exchange stuff. This trick with knight c5. Okay, so bishop h4, knight takes, rook takes, knight here, queen e7, knight e4, bishop takes, and queen g4. I guess you could try to keep the bishop on the board. Because this is still not moving, right? This is still not moving, so you have to go queen g6 and queen e4. And then queen takes, pawn takes. I don't know. I feel like I'm threatening b3 maybe. Okay, not like a big threat, but I would like to play b3 so that you probably cannot take. Let's say king f1, b3.
C3.
Ah, I'm getting schooled by computer. It says c3 and then it's weak. I thought actually it would be a good pawn and maybe I will promote it, but I guess maybe the king is coming here or here. So again, probably this makes sense as well. Yes, first go here, go here. Black should be okay. I
But
thought.
maybe white is also.
White is also.
Because you know that all the pawns c7, a6, b4 is also
All potential weak, right?
Potential weak, yeah. For example, if I put my rook on f1
In the final
position,
like
bishop
here.
on bishop on f4. I don't know.
Maybe I still should
your
get.
bishop on h4 a bit.
Maybe once again, I will do this to you. I will put the rook on d5. Looking at this pawn, I feel like black should be holding, but I don't know. Is it really problematic? Maybe the problem is that he was better. He knows it,
before,
and maybe he still kind of tries to prove, the black has an advantage, and this is where it gets dangerous. To take, and after rook a8 to go rook b5. Yeah, but somehow this is an unpleasant move.
The knight on g6 is not on d5.
Yeah, I was thinking something else. Can we? Knight e7, I again lose the pawn, right? Knight e7, they still do this. Knight d5, rook takes. Rook b5, and they have this stupid move. Bam, bam, and check, and they have rook e1.
So Aram should be accurate and.
Yeah, I believe like he has maybe two ways to. Yeah, bishop h4 is safe, and for a win, maybe take with the queen. But he has to be careful. You're right. He has to be careful not to get in trouble.
And the evaluation is changed after all this.
Yeah, after queen g4, now if we look at what computer has to say, it's either bishop h4 or queen e4. Both moves we looked at, and then it's equal. And otherwise, it's black who is in a bit of trouble. I think, yeah, the bishop's hanging. So, wait, can I do this and no, a6 hanging? I have to change the queens. Yes.
You thought maybe about rook e8, just to.
Rook e8.
Yeah. To make some pressure on the e5.
No, but bishop h6. Wait, bishop h6. We just drop the pawn. Well, what did they? Sorry, I made the move. I thought I'm just returning rook back. No. So we have to take. Takes, king f1. I'm not sure why I go king f7. Maybe I should just do this immediately. King e2 and
king f7.
Yeah? Or bishop f6. So king f7. This. Actually, still bishop f4, king e3. It's annoying.
Three weaknesses. Yeah.
So yeah, c6, king e3. I just lose a pawn, so I have to go c5. That means. And they go.
And maybe.
And I take, and they take.
My idea was to exchange the bishops and to play with the rook hanging.
Rook hanging, but how to exchange the bishop?
Maybe before then you put your king on the e3. It was a moment, and I could play bishop g5. And
here, bishop g5.
Yeah.
No, maybe you're holding this, but it's not definitely not something. No, this one you are not holding. This one you are not holding. No, I think this is kind of acceptable. Maybe even bishop d8 or something, but still it's white who is trying, right? And put it here, king here, rook somewhere.
White king
Okay.
is
Actually, I just
better.
blundered rook c5. I just blundered rook c5. I was so happy my king is active. So maybe king d3, king d3. You can go b3. If I go b3, d. Yeah, maybe this is
Bishop
a good,
h4 on the board.
version. Bishop h4.
Yeah.
Right. No, I mean Aram is a good player, of course.
all participants here are good players.
Yeah. That is again something that we don't discuss enough, I think, because for these players to have a round robin, it's very rare. Like if you think, normally these people like between say 2650 and 27, where do they play? Okay, maybe some league games,
some
league games, and mostly you play the opens, right? To have like good old times to have a round robin tournament. Yeah, they're very limited. So usually a round robin you have Carlsen, So, and I mean all these guys.
Yeah, in my opinion, the quality of the games is pretty high.
Here, yeah, I mean definitely our guys are playing better than Norway chess.
Norway chess.
Okay. Okay,
Maybe the atmosphere here is.
This is
very...
we are, of course, partially joking, but yeah, that is not how to say, not to praise our guys, but to once again say that Magnus is not doing good in Norway chess. So it's not too hard, right, to play better than Magnus in this particular tournament. Yeah, but of course that's one in a lifetime tournament when he does badly. Anyway, bishop h4 makes the situation pretty forcing.
After
White has to take.
Yeah.
Black has to take with the queen, again, no other move.
And it was played, of
and
course.
White has to take with the queen, no other move. And then you have to take the queen, no other move. And only here you can try to be creative.
And all
everything
was played.
d4, I can see from a camera view d4, and then Michal has a bit of a choice, so he will probably slow down a little.
He has 41 minutes, so it's time to
has enough time for sure.
Yeah.
So what is the most interesting? Now here we have an endgame. In Aravin's game we have Artemiev pawn up, I think.
And better chances.
Wait, what happened? Rook c1.
Rook c1.
And rook c1. Okay.
D2 is protected.
Yeah. D2, yeah, there is no D2. But you can do your thing. You can go here, and after bishop f6, as we were advised by Simbat, we just take with the pawn. And actually, in some case, you will be. Remember, I was playing for tricks with queen on g6. Now you will go queen g3.
But first of all, d3 pawn is an extra pawn. And
yeah, rook d8. You'll be threatening. No, I think black is just winning. Well, Artemiev, Vlad.
Maybe queen d7 is the same idea, threatening on g4 and forcing you to take.
I will still pretty much after any move. I'm taking. Yeah, I'm taking after any move.
Now let's move to Robert Avagyan.
On board one.
Board one, yeah. It's an endgame.
So there was some development, of course, after knight to.
What was?
Well, wait. Knight c7 was the last time I've seen. Rook a b1, e to d8, knight d3, knight e6, g3 here, king g2 here, bishop d2, and rook b3. I think.
Rook b3, knight c1. Let's continue. Rook b7, knight d3. And bishop f8 and
bishop
rook b c1, rook b3, bishop e1, h5 was played, and the last move rook c2. Yeah. Now we catch them.
I don't know. I don't like it for white. It's yes, good knight on d3, but. Like black starts having some long-term plans, so many kind of moves that white I'm not sure like what white's plan is. Like black will be moving here, I guess. Somehow leave the king.
It's interesting that Artemiev game and here d4.
Yeah, black just wins the d pawn and somehow doesn't give it back. Yeah. Doesn't give it back.
h4 was played.
So he even played it. Yeah, of course. Like you cannot take. It's naive to take, but I still have to show that this is how you lose the game immediately. So h4.
What to do?
Yeah.
Very active rook on b3. Nice knight on e6. Maybe. How to?
It's like almost no move. No,
okay. Our counterplay.
This one is not moving.
Not moving.
This one is not moving. Knight, you can move, but where? Like knight e5, maybe. So you could say this rook is moving, but also not too far. Like rook c4 or something. But that's what I'm saying. Like for white, on every move you actually have to find something. Black can play so many useful moves. I don't know, f6, g5, king to g6, move the bishop, and then you go rook h8.
You know, then you have some problems with the moves. You are always thinking about some pawn moves.
Mm-hmm. But what pawn moves here?
f3, f4. But
f4.
Each move
creates some additional weaknesses. Yeah. Maybe you have to go f4 and just like pray that nothing happens.
E3 square is not.
Okay, the knight is not getting to f3, and worst case scenario you will have some bishop f2. Maybe this you do, and you just like try to stand somehow. Because if you don't play f4 now, I'm afraid that seriously black will get too much space.
Okay, let's move another pawn h3.
h3. I was thinking we just take. Okay, now bishop h6 to e3. Again, some king g7, rook h8. Doesn't look good.
Shaky position.
No, doesn't look good for Robert.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we need f4 and bishop on f2, and this is and just stand somehow. Let me just quickly see.
Position for Avagyan.
Yeah. Okay, let's move 32, so the time trouble is not that relevant. Robson. Well, wait. Let's check Robson for quickly, because again they played quite a few moves. After queen b1, what did he do?
D takes e5, bishop b6.
D5, bishop, pawn, rook, and somehow
he played rook c3
black
instead of
took on c3.
Instead of rook e1, rook
e2 takes, queen c8, right?
Yeah, queen c8, and knight f1 was played.
It's a very strange decision to take on c3.
Maybe he thought that a2 pawn is endless weakness. Stable.
King h7,
King h7, knight e3.
And this is the position, right? Yeah, you can probably win this pawn if you wanted to. I'm more afraid about like rook on the 7th and don't know, something can, because now when my knight is here, I mean, first of all I can play g3 so that the knight on g3 is restricted, right? And moreover I could possibly play g3 h4, and this is this is the effect of this structure, so that when white, I don't know, I mean, let's say black goes here and I go g3, which I probably don't need, and then I go h4. I'm just like in terms of structure, right? So that h5 is terrible always, because knight g5, and that means that white is like disturbing you all the time with h5. Of course, this doesn't work here, rook a1, so you don't want to do it, but eventually this could be a problem, because there were examples when, you know, no pawns on the queen side, it's just 4 versus 4 and still white somehow.
But here rook c1, rook c7.
Yeah. Here Yes, rook c1, rook c7 is
Rooks on the
just
7
bad.
rank is winning.
So I'm not sure what black has to do. Can we still somehow jump to f4 now? Right, then it's just a pawn and the queen is far away.
And how to... Maybe if, instead of knight f4, how to activate the queen? Queen c5? And
Wait, queen c5, there is also rook g7, rook b7. This is something to watch out for. Rook g7 and
blundered,
queen b7,
yeah.
and this is, yeah.
Just try to activate the queen.
So queen has to control.
Okay, queen c6.
Queen c6. Yeah, queen c6 is better, and actually you're probably attacking this pawn. Still, rook d1. Cannot take.
No.
Or maybe you can. I don't know. Can you take with the knight? Okay, that's a question. You cannot take with the knight because for absolutely different reason. rook b6.
b6, queen
Yeah.
a4, rook b4,
Yeah, so that's why rook a4 hit this, and then you can hopefully can take on e4. But even
rook d1
then,
here?
Yeah, rook d1. Can we take?
Rook d7, no?
Still
rook
rook
c1. No, rook c1.
Wait. This knight g4. Maybe rook take. Yeah, but rook takes. I also thought knight g4.
A lot of tricks.
Scary.
Yeah,
Too many things. Rook f4, and then I take on e5. And actually, yeah, you see, now it says white is winning. Yeah. So black has to be very,
rook
very.
a4.
Rook a4 played, yes.
Yeah.
a4. Rook
d1.
d1. Now you will go queen c5 because there
the
is no more
no more.
trick. There is no more trick. So now you can go queen c5.
Of course, rook on a4 is much better than on a8.
If I try this anyway, knight takes, pawn takes. But I don't want to go rook d7. There is always check on c1. No.
And the no pin on b1 h7.
Knight g4, knight g4. I don't like. It's a tricky position.
Maybe king h2 and then rook d7 somehow.
King h2. Now if knight takes, rook d7. If
rook takes,
knight g4, you take with a check now.
Check,
you see,
yeah.
king is a problem. No, it's. I guess I could still go rook d7.
At least
knight
after
d7.
after king h2, a lot of new moves for white, I think.
Or maybe d8 and then b8. Wait, but it's defended. It's defended. You know what? I will find some trick now. Maybe I want to go here. No.
Okay, if rook d7 instead of rook d...
Here?
Rook
Knight
d7.
takes, yeah.
Takes.
And knight back to f6. I mean, we would be winning with knight h4, but they have knight back to f6.
Yeah.
Not easy.
Not easy.
Not easy at all. And white is down to 7 minutes only, from what I see. 7, 8. No. Now it's... Wait. Yes. Confused. 7 minutes, yeah. For Ray.
Rook d1 was played.
Yeah, rook d1 looks very natural. Wait, what was the situation? Here. Now it's important. Actually, there's queen c5, there's also queen c6 now. So Shant can choose which one he wants. But still unpleasant. The king is always weak.
Rook d4. 4. 4 is much better than on a8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8 But maybe time travel is.
Yeah, time travel there is, but like I would say it's easier to find moves for white. Let's say some medium quality moves. Maybe you cannot really find all the best moves here, but yeah, like white can go with like anything reasonable. If black would be in a time trouble, then it would be bad because it's easy to blunder something. So queen c5, but we still didn't find. I guess king h2 was okay.
Or maybe
And you don't want to start like defending the pawn. There is also some rook e3 ideas in the air. I just realized that there is possibility for like rook takes pawn, then knight f4, knight e4, you know, all these jumps.
Yeah, a lot of tactic here in this position. And maybe white should be.
Yeah, white should also be careful, right?
Careful, yeah.
Wait.
Maybe you need to do about 10 precise move to win this position with white. But
yeah, I was thinking to get here, but then black has rook b7 and forces me in the corner. That is not good. That is not good. We'll see. First of all, Shant has to play queen c5 to avoid taking the pawn.
Artemiev moved on g3. It was.
Yeah. Let's quickly check. So Aravind with Artemiev. I think Artemiev. First of all, he must be low on time now. No, not really. So what happened? Rook to c1.
Queen d6.
Queen to d6. Bishop takes. Pawn takes. Queen d2.
And Artemiev won.
What?
Wow.
Queen d2.
Queen d2. Rook e8.
e8.
And after queen h6.
But now, now. What?
Rook e1, rook e1, and queen g3.
Rook e1, and queen g3. And now it's winning because next move, knight f4.
And he's just resigned here.
Right. Rook f1, knight f4, threatening a checkmate. After this, you can just take on g4, complete dominance. The d pawn, 2 pawns up, king h8, rook g8 if you need it. Yeah. Well played. Well played by Artemiev. Well, actually, quite a fast game, and that makes him
a leader,
the sole leader for now. Yeah, quite an important win. So a quick win with the black pieces. Well played, yeah, well played. Okay, so what do we have?
What was the crucial moment of the game here?
I guess knight g4, right?
Knight g4.
Knight c4 would be okay, and knight g4 was not okay. So knight g4, bishop takes, pawn takes was already better for black after d3. All right, so they're analyzing Nihal Sarin with Hakobian, everything simplified, and we have this endgame. Donchenko with Sevian, as per usual, develops very slowly. King b8, d4 was taken, 92, 95, I think there was...
Yeah.
No development any further.
No.
95, that's the line we were looking at, knight f4, rook e8, all of that. And Robson, Sargsyan we've seen, and Hovhannisyan, Gumulash, Hovhannisyan is in trouble. Okay, so how about we again go for a little break and let's see if we can get Artemiev in the studio. Right?
All right.
Hello everyone, I'm RP and I'm here today to discuss a revolutionary solution for chess education in schools. For over a decade, Armenia has witnessed the transformative power of chess as a mandatory subject. It fosters critical thinking, problem solving, and concentration in our students, skills that benefit them throughout their whole lives. The challenge lies in replicating this success globally. Well, what's the key ingredient? Well-trained chess teachers. Having been deeply involved in teacher preparation program in Armenia and abroad, I have seen the struggle firsthand. We often have passionate chess players who like teaching skills or educators who struggle with the game itself. This inconsistency hinders the quality of chess education students receive. Imagine the potential if this challenge could be overcome. Well, a staggering 70% of schools worldwide grapple with the same issue. That's why we are pioneering a groundbreaking solution, an AI-powered chess teacher training program. This isn't just another course, it's a personalized learning experience designed to unlock your educator's full potential. Leveraging the success story of Armenia's chess education system, our program incorporates insights from psychologists, sociologists, chess masters, and of course experienced teachers. But here what truly sets us apart: cutting-edge, AI-tailored, the curriculum to each participant's strength. We go beyond traditional chess instruction, engaging teaching methods like storytelling, case studies, heuristic conversation, and even gamification make learning interactive and memorable. Our curriculum dives deep into the latest pedagogical strategies for chess education, equipping educators with the tools to effectively manage classroom and ignite passion for chess in their students. Imagine the positive impact on countless students. Well, with our AI-powered teacher training program, you can revolutionize chess education in your state, country, or district. Well, if you're interested in empowering education and ignite a love of chess in your schools, please fill out the brief form sent through the chat. We would be thrilled to discuss how our program can transform your chess education initiatives. Thank you. Hello everyone, I'm RP and I'm here today to discuss a revolutionary solution for chess education in schools. For over a decade, Armenia has witnessed the transformative power of chess as a mandatory subject. It fosters critical thinking, problem solving, and concentration in our students, skills that benefit them throughout their whole lives. The challenge lies in replicating this success globally. Well, what's the key ingredient? Well-trained chess teachers. Having been deeply involved in teacher preparation program in Armenia and abroad, I have seen the struggle firsthand. We often have passionate chess players who like teaching skills or educators who struggle with the game itself. This inconsistency hinders the quality of chess education students receive. Imagine the potential if this challenge could be overcome. Well, a staggering 70% of schools worldwide grapple with the same issue. That's why we are pioneering a groundbreaking solution, an AI-powered chess teacher training program. This isn't just another course, it's a personalized learning experience designed to unlock your educator's full potential. Leveraging the success story of Armenia's chess education system, our program incorporates insights from psychologists, sociologists, chess masters, and of course experienced teachers. But here what truly sets us apart: cutting-edge, AI-tailored, the curriculum to each participant's strength. We go beyond traditional chess instruction, engaging teaching methods like storytelling, case studies, heuristic conversation, and even gamification make learning interactive and memorable. Our curriculum dives deep into the latest pedagogical strategies for chess education, equipping educators with the tools to effectively manage classroom and ignite passion for chess in their students. Imagine the positive impact on countless students. Well, with our AI-powered teacher training program, you can revolutionize chess education in your state, country, or district. Well, if you're interested in empowering education and ignite a love of chess in your schools, please fill out the brief form sent through the chat. who would be thrilled to discuss how our program can transform your chess education initiatives. Thank you. Hello everyone, I'm RP and I'm here today to discuss a revolutionary solution for chess education in schools. For over a decade, Armenia has witnessed the transformative power of chess as a mandatory subject. It fosters critical thinking, problem solving, and concentration in our students, skills that benefit them throughout their whole lives. The challenge lies in replicating this success globally. Well, what's the key ingredient? Well-trained chess teachers. Having been deeply involved in teacher preparation program in Armenia and abroad, I have seen the struggle firsthand. We often have passionate chess players who lack teaching skills or educators who struggle with the game itself. This inconsistency hinders the quality of chess education students receive. Imagine the potential if this challenge could be overcome. Well, a staggering 70% of schools worldwide grapple with the same issue. That's why we are pioneering a groundbreaking solution, an AI-powered chess teacher training program. This isn't just another course, it's a personalized learning experience designed to unlock your educator's full potential. Leveraging the success story of Armenia's chess education system, our program incorporates insights from psychologists, sociologists, chess masters, and of course experienced teachers. But here what truly sets us apart. Cutting-edge, AI-tailored, the curriculum to each participant's strength. We go beyond traditional chess instruction, engaging teaching methods like storytelling, case studies, heuristic conversation, and even gamification make learning interactive and memorable. Our curriculum dives deep into the latest pedagogical strategies for chess education, equipping educators with the tools to effectively manage classroom and ignite passion for chess in their students. Imagine the positive impact on countless students. Well, with our AI-powered teacher training program, you can revolutionize chess education in your state, country, or district. Well, if you're interested in empowering education and igniting loves of chess in your schools, please fill out the brief form sent through the chat. We would be thrilled to discuss how our program can transform your chess education initiatives. Thank you. Hello everyone, I'm RP and I'm here today to discuss a revolutionary solution for chess education in schools. For over a decade, Armenia has witnessed the transformative power of chess as a mandatory subject. It fosters critical thinking, problem solving, and concentration in our students, skills that benefit them throughout their whole lives. The challenge lies in replicating this success globally. Well, what's the key ingredient? Well-trained chess teachers. Having been deeply involved in teacher preparation program in Armenia and abroad, I have seen the struggle firsthand. We often have passionate chess players who lack teaching skills or educators who struggle with the game itself. This inconsistency hinders the quality of chess education students receive. Imagine the potential if this challenge could be overcome. Well, a staggering 70% of schools worldwide grapple with the same issue. That's why we are pioneering a groundbreaking solution, an AI-powered chess teacher training program. This isn't just another course, it's a personalized learning experience designed to unlock your educator's full potential. Leveraging the success story of Armenia's chess education system, our program incorporates insights from psychologists, sociologists, chess masters, and of course experienced teachers. But here what truly sets us apart. Cutting-edge, AI-tailored, the curriculum to each participant's strength. We go beyond traditional chess instruction, engaging teaching methods like storytelling, case studies, heuristic conversation, and even gamification make learning interactive and memorable. Our curriculum dives deep into the latest pedagogical strategies for chess education, equipping educators with the tools to effectively manage classroom and ignite passion for chess in their students. Imagine the positive impact on countless students. Well, with our AI-powered teacher training program, you can revolutionize chess education in your state, country, or district. Well, if you're interested in empowering education and ignite the loves of chess in your schools, please fill out the brief form sent through the chat. We would be thrilled to discuss how our program can transform your chess education initiatives. Thank you. Hello everyone, I'm RP and I'm here today to discuss a revolutionary solution for chess education in schools. For over a decade, Armenia has witnessed the transformative power of chess as a mandatory subject. It fosters critical thinking, problem solving, and concentration in our students, skills that benefit them throughout their whole lives. The challenge lies in replicating this success globally. Well, what's the key ingredient? Well-trained chess teachers. Having been deeply involved in teacher preparation program in Armenia and abroad, I have seen the struggle firsthand. We often have passionate chess players who lack teaching skills or educators who struggle with the game itself. This inconsistency hinders the quality of chess education students receive. Imagine the potential if this challenge could be overcome. Well, a staggering 70% of schools worldwide grapple with the same issue. That's why we are pioneering a groundbreaking solution, an AI-powered chess teacher training program. This isn't just another course, it's a personalized learning experience designed to unlock your educator's full potential. Leveraging the success story of Armenia's chess education system, our program incorporates insights from psychologists, sociologists, chess masters, and of course experienced teachers. But here what truly sets us apart: cutting-edge, AI-tailored, the curriculum to each participant's strength. We go beyond traditional chess instruction, engaging teaching methods like storytelling, case studies, heuristic conversation, and even gamification make learning interactive and memorable. Our curriculum dives deep into the latest pedagogical strategies for chess education, equipping educators with the tools to effectively manage classroom and ignite passion for chess in their students. Imagine the positive impact on countless students. Well, with our AI-powered teacher training program, you can revolutionize chess education in your state, country, or district. Well, if you're interested in empowering education and ignite the loves of chess in your schools, please fill out the brief form sent through the chat. We would be thrilled to discuss how our program can transform your chess education initiatives. Thank you. Hello everyone, I'm RP and I'm here today to discuss a revolutionary solution for chess education in schools. For over a decade, Armenia has witnessed the transformative power of chess as a mandatory subject. It fosters critical thinking, problem solving, and concentration in our students, skills that benefit them throughout their whole lives. The challenge lies in replicating this success globally. Well, what's the key ingredient? Well-trained chess teachers. Having been deeply involved in teacher preparation program in Armenia and abroad, I have seen the struggle firsthand. We often have passionate chess players who lack teaching skills or educators who struggle with the game itself. This inconsistency hinders the quality of chess education students receive. Imagine the potential if this challenge could be overcome. Well, a staggering 70% of schools worldwide grapple with the same issue. That's why we are pioneering a groundbreaking solution, an AI-powered chess teacher training program. This isn't just another course, it's a personalized learning experience designed to unlock your educator's full potential. Leveraging the success story of Armenia's chess education system, our program incorporates insights from psychologists, sociologists, chess masters, and of course experienced teachers. But here what truly sets us apart. Cutting edge, AI tailored the curriculum to each participant's strength. We go beyond traditional chess instruction, engaging teaching methods like storytelling, case studies, heuristic conversation, and even gamification make learning interactive and memorable. Our curriculum dives deep into the latest pedagogical strategies for chess education, equipping educators with the tools to effectively manage classroom and ignite passion for chess in their students. Imagine the positive impact on countless students. Well, with our AI-powered teacher training program, you can revolutionize chess education in your state, country, or district. Well, if you're interested in empowering education and ignite a love of chess in your schools, please fill out the brief form sent through the chat. We would be thrilled to discuss how our program can transform your chess education initiatives. Thank you. Hello everyone, I'm RP and I'm here today to discuss a revolutionary solution for chess education in schools. For over a decade, Armenia has witnessed the transformative power of chess as a mandatory subject. It fosters critical thinking, problem solving, and concentration in our students, skills that benefit them throughout their whole lives. The challenge lies in replicating this success globally. Well, what's the key ingredient? Well-trained chess teachers. Having been deeply involved in teacher preparation program in Armenia and abroad, I have seen the struggle firsthand. We often have passionate chess players who lack teaching skills or educators who struggle with the game itself. This inconsistency hinders the quality of chess education students receive. Imagine the potential if this challenge could be overcome. Well, a staggering 70% of schools worldwide grapple with the same issue. That's why we are pioneering a groundbreaking solution, an AI-powered chess teacher training program. This isn't just another course, it's a personalized learning experience designed to unlock your educator's full potential. Leveraging the success story of Armenia's chess education system, our program incorporates insights from psychologists, sociologists, chess masters, and of course experienced teachers. But here what truly sets us apart. Cutting edge, AI tailored the curriculum to each participant's strength. We go beyond traditional chess instruction, engaging teaching methods like storytelling, case studies, heuristic conversation, and even gamification make learning interactive and memorable. Our curriculum dives deep into the latest pedagogical strategies for chess education, equipping educators with the tools to effectively manage classroom and ignite passion for chess in their students. Imagine the positive impact on countless students. Well, with our AI-powered teacher training program, you can revolutionize chess education in your state, country, or district. Well, if you're interested in empowering education and ignite a love of chess in your schools, please fill out the brief form sent through the chat. We would be thrilled to discuss how our program can transform your chess education initiatives. Thank you. Hello everyone, I'm RP and I'm here today to discuss a revolutionary solution for chess education in schools. For over a decade, Armenia has witnessed the transformative power of chess as a mandatory subject. It fosters critical thinking, problem solving, and concentration in our students, skills that benefit them throughout their whole lives. The challenge lies in replicating this success globally. Well, what's the key ingredient? well-trained chess teachers.
Welcome back, everybody. We continue with round 8 of Stepan Avagyan Memorial.
You just talked.
Yeah,
with
I just
Artemiev?
I got to talk to Vladislav a little bit. So of course, because and that is a reminder for us. By the way, tomorrow's round starts at 11. So he thought he actually expressed himself like I got lucky. I thought like if the game is that quick, it would be a draw and not a win. Yeah, so he said like he would like to preserve the energy a little bit, but yeah, he even explained some stuff that he's seen, and it's really impressive.
Tomorrow he is playing against
Nihal Sarin,
with white.
That is a very, very important game, of course.
And maybe he's agreed to make a draw.
We'll see. It depends on Nihal Sarin's result today, of course. Okay, and we continue with our board 1, where Robert Hovhannisyan is facing Shimon Gumulaj. H3, you guessed it. Yeah, bishop H6, and there is some development, right?
Okay, let's.
After bishop H6.
Continue. Knight C1.
Knight to C1, which was immediately taken, right? Bishop takes.
Rook D.
Rook D
takes.
to D takes.
H take.
G3, F3.
And King H7.
King H7 and white played.
No. Rook F2.
Rook F2. White played Rook F2. Now.
Passive defense for white. Yeah. And if
Knight G5, Knight E4. Actually, the big question is like, how do you hold the pawns? If you hold the pawns, maybe there is just no way of stopping Knight E4.
Rook F3, maybe after.
Yeah, but then we have to defend this first, right? So, sorry. So it's like this, and after Rook F3 there is D3.
And no moves for the rook. And another pawn.
Yeah,
it's totally
terrible.
Lost. Yeah?
Terrible. So today, look, Artemiev won with black, and Gumulaj might be winning with black as well. So yeah, is anybody winning with white? Let's see. Let's check. Board 2, Robson with Sean Sargsyan. Here we had Rook A4. We actually guessed it. Queen to C5, King H2. And they played many more moves, right?
Okay, let's check.
Rook E4.
Rook E4, yeah. Rook B5. Rook B5. Queen C7. Rook B7.
Rook B7.
White ready for the.
I mean, he probably is not ready for a draw. He just repeats it once. Yes, and what black did?
Rook C5.
Queen C5.
B5.
Rook B5.
Queen C7. And I don't know, but white.
Ray decided not to go for it.
Of course.
Yeah. What did he do?
King G1.
King back to G1.
And Rook E3.
Rook, after King G1, he is threatening Knight G4 again. So Rook E to E3, F E3.
And E4.
E4.
To stop the queen, maybe.
Yeah, to cut the queen, to attack the knight. Queen G3 is on the board, and now, actually, this is getting very interesting.
Armenian chess players are very tricky, and we remember how Aram sacrificed the exchange with the game on Donchik.
Right, and somehow, he actually escaped, which was very bad
maybe
position.
Here's the same situation.
Yeah, it looks like white was in full control, and now there's some crazy position. So.
And only 5 minutes left.
So where do we go? Do we go Knight D2 F1 or do we go Knight D4? Because Knight D4, there is Queen G3 attacking this, and Knight H4 is the threat. I'm actually not sure. How do I defend against it?
Rook b3 maybe.
Rook b3, knight h4. Sorry,
Why not?
wrong knight. Knight h4.
I thought about the check, but okay.
Knight h4, and there is queen b2 apparently. And there is queen b2.
But the queen on g3 and then the knight on h4.
Takes, e5. Hitting this, and then white has queen f2, where you have to take ed, and rook takes. And actually, this could be dangerous for black, because the pawn will start running.
And if instead of queen g3, could we take on e3?
Yes, we could. Yeah, rook e3, and just play this position, basically. Yeah. Again, rook b3, we probably take, or what do we
queen
do?
g3 here?
Then we could do, yeah. Then we could do it in a different way, yeah. We'll see. We'll see. That's he did play knight d4. Yes, yeah. That's that one I see. And then Shant has a choice.
To take on e3.
Take on e3. Go queen g3.
Or maybe knight. Knight h4.
I think still queen b2, queen f2 is what white wants. So no, should start with one of them, either queen g3 or there is also other way, queen g3, rook b3, and then there is this knight d5 move. Knight d5,
queen e4,
queen e4, and rook takes b3, a b3, and this. And I think.
And maybe.
It's actually the question is if white is holding it all. So here.
You know, but pawn on b3 is still...
Yeah, probably okay. Check here and some e. No, e5. Maybe queen e4 first, or knight f4. Yeah, probably equal. There is still this pawn on b3 indeed.
14 minutes for Shant here, and only 5.5 for Robson.
Yeah, but it's six moves left to the time consumed.
Yeah, but maybe these 6 moves are not so forcing, because queen g3 or rook e3 is interesting to choose.
Yeah. Thinking
queen g3 is
queen
more,
g3 somehow
more
it feels
forcing,
feels that you want to bring the queen to here. Wait, after that, if I take on e3 with the check, they go king h1. And somehow
we need knight g4 here, but we have.
Yeah. So queen e3 is not great. Yeah, I guess knight d5 or
maybe rook e3 after rook b3 is the same position. If
rook e3 we also looked at, right? Now we want knight f4.
Knight f4.
So wait, if I take here, check, king h1, and again knight f4, and
or
now you want to go
h5,
knight d3.
Maybe to check on g3.
Yeah, could be right. Check and queen f4.
Black squares are weak here.
The feeling is that it's white who has to be careful. Honestly, like it looks like black doesn't risk much.
Is good, but it's we need to trade the queens.
Yeah, first we need to trade the queens, exactly. All right, so
he played queen g3.
He did play queen g3. Yep. Ray
thinking
5 minutes or something. Yeah. There's queen b2 also. What surprises me that computer tells me knight e6 is possible to play, which I would think loses, but not really.
Maybe not check.
Yeah, check. There is king g8, but somehow rook b2, knight f3, king f1, and somehow it's not a checkmate, which is hard to believe, honestly. Even like rook e3, and you probably just don't do it. Yeah, knight h2 is perpetual, right? Check here. The problem is knight g4. There is queen e4. or this knight g4 takes, but then we cannot
Queen
take
e4.
with another knight. Yeah.
Okay, at least we a perpetual check at least.
Yeah. No,
Maybe
but
some.
even
But
like
queen,
you can take
queen
it.
h2.
Queen h2.
If
Yes,
you
but
take
if they
on h2.
take, you always have the perpetual. That's all right. Or wait, or do you have more? King f2.
Queen f3. I thought about
Queen f3.
a lot of
King
checks.
g1, right? And then I will start
Take on
blocking.
e3.
Oops, sorry.
Rook
This
f2.
rook f2, queen g3, rook g2, queen e3. It's still just the perpetual. Yeah. But yeah, this could be over quickly. This could be over quickly. Queen g3, no move from Ray just yet.
Okay. How many moves here is possible for white? Rook b3, queen b2.
And okay,
rook,
knight
rook,
e6 is not
knight
serious.
e6,
I think
rook
rook b2
e1.
can be rook e1. Rook e1 is probably bad because knight h4.
Rook b2.
Rook b2 and now rook e3. And you cannot exchange because you're losing a knight. Yeah.
And no.
So yeah, rook b3 is apparently the strongest, but also it's not easy to just like give this pawn with a check. Very interesting, really. Okay, so I will let Ray think and we'll move on to Donchenko and Sevian because I'm not sure what is happening there. A lot of stuff has happened. So this knight, rook fd1, knight g4, question mark.
Why?
I don't know. That's some computer stuff. I don't care really. Takes, knight e5, bishop d6, knight here, bishop h2. And what did he do? Did he take on h2?
No, he played king of 1. And the problem if we take rook h8.
Rook h8, yeah. So black of course wins the material back. But apparently that was slightly more pleasant for white, at least that is how computer sees situation. The king f1, yeah,
rook,
maybe you
rook
still...
h4.
Rook h4.
Nice move, forcing to take on h2.
Yeah, because f3 is too terrible, right? Like all the dark squares are weak. So knight h2, rook h2,
rook c5 and
rook
e5,
c5, e5,
rook dc1, c6,
dc1, c6,
and f3 looks like
f3,
black.
king f2, and so on. Yeah.
Black solid.
Yeah, looks like. I guess, yeah. Rook e6, maybe rook g6.
Maybe b4, a4, b5 comes, but
yeah, like this minority attack to go here. Yeah, but our own king is, I guess it's safe, right? Okay, we will go king f2. I have a question. If we just do this and try to simplify even further, I think it's still a bit annoying, right? Rook h1.
The only open file is...
Or maybe I should have gone rook h8 first. But then still, king... maybe rook c5 to start with. Rook h5, I guess.
g4.
This.
But rook h2?
King g...
b4 first.
b4, king c7. And then g4, so that if you give a check and take this guy,
you take on e5.
Black takes, white takes. Actually, a huge race now.
Yeah, because
crazy.
Maybe
this takes.
Who is first
probably
here?
White's probably faster. At least like looking at computer evaluation, it thinks white is faster. No. Let's do something reasonable. F3. There is no need to go rook h1. I was just like curious. Maybe king c7, king d6 is what you want to do, just to defend, to free the rook. So he didn't play it yet.
Maybe we can play with both rook on h4 F5. Ah, no.
For now, yeah, for now the pawn is hanging, so that's why I thought maybe we go here.
To protect the pawn and then...
And then, yeah, hopefully go
Rook
somewhere.
F8 or H8.
Rook F8 or even like
G5,
G5.
G4.
Yeah.
We have the same plan, yeah?
So this looks probably balanced, right? It's just there is still...
after F3.
And it was just a draw after F3, and I should pay attention that the board is already empty. Yeah. Okay. So this is done. 2 games finished. Aravind lost to Artemiev, and this one is a draw. And then on board 5, Nihal Serene. Let's update on this end game because we haven't seen it for quite a while.
It is also a rook end game.
F1, here.
No.
Bishop f4, bishop f6, king e3, c5, bishop to e5,
C takes, rook g5,
rook g5,
g4, h5,
g4, h5.
Should be another draw.
Looks like, yeah, looks like it will be just a draw.
Okay, 2 interesting games left.
Robson with Shant and Hovhannisyan Gumovage, right?
Robson played queen b2.
Yeah. Let's follow Robson's game because that is the most exciting, and also Ray is in a bit of a time trouble, so at least yeah, we can see some excitement because on board 1 I think Hovhannisyan is like probably just lost, but they've made it to move 40, so the game will last for a little bit at least.
Yeah, and here queen b2 was played.
Queen b2. Now.
And Shant is thinking. 8 minutes left.
So the question is,
to take on
do we have more?
or not?
Yeah, do we have more than just a draw? We can do there is apparently the way to make. I'm sorry, no. The way to make almost an immediate draw after rook d3. So the thing is, if you move the rook away, it's queen check and takes. Yes. So rook d3. If white takes on d3,
you have to take, I think.
If you take back, yeah, okay, it's equal. No, I meant the other one. There is like an immediate perpetual knight g4.
Knight g4.
If you want to draw, you can pretty much force it.
So you sacrifice 2 pieces, but it's
forcing
draw.
Queen h4, queen e1. But there is no need, it feels like. It feels like black is not worse even if he takes the pawn back. Or there was another line that Compi was suggesting, queen e3, and if queen f2, surprisingly, you can just trade, go e5.
Yeah, he took on e3.
With the queen?
With the queen, and
queen
after
f2.
Queen f2, he's thinking. Shant, but maybe it's a bit risky for him. Here.
Takes, and e5. No, I think he's like winning this one by force. e5, knight f5, and you just go check.
King g1.
King g1, and okay, if you take, there is rook b7, I understand, but there is like knight f4, attack this guy.
You mean that after... no risk for black in this position?
I don't know actually. Okay, 2. If they take on e5, rook e2. Yeah, there is rook e2 threat. So actually, I could probably go rook e2 immediately.
And after rook b3, rook e2 here.
Here, yeah. I'm not sure. Honestly, I'm not sure.
He did play e5,
yeah.
Of course.
Key exchanges on the 2, played f5.
Knight f5 looks
very logical, right?
Logical,
because after this you still have to get, like, you cannot allow knight f4. Yeah, cannot allow knight f4. So a2 is getting lost anyway. So knight f5. Now check.
But maybe after knight e2 we have an idea to play g3 to stop you
Yeah, but then just takes, right? Rook a2.
I thought about how to put both rooks on 7th
On the
rank.
7th, yeah, somehow. But maybe white is not in time, because d7 is still covered with the knight, and h5, h4 is one idea black has. Again, I don't know. I agree with you that it could be dangerous for black also, so maybe...
But maybe it's a forcing draw of knight f5 was played, rook c2, knight f4, and yeah, this is current position. Yeah?
Check if...
Maybe king... no.
I don't know, f1, g1, let's say...
Okay, let's...
f1, knight f4...
rook f5...
If rook e5...
rook a2, rook g2...
I think we take on g2 first. Knight takes or... No, knight takes on rook e7 is unpleasant. Rook g2.
Rook e7?
Rook e7, and you're not threatening this
Not
now.
yet, but...
Rook g... Oh well. After rook g5, Compy actually wants to take.
Yeah,
Take,
with,
and go a4.
Yeah. Maybe not winning, but a chance.
Yeah, like white is not risking, but I don't understand how
a4
let's say how you would win. Yeah. Then maybe, yeah. The pawn is running very fast. So that means the game is still interesting.
Yeah.
The game is still interesting.
Knight f5.
Knight f5. How much time Shant has now?
6.
6 minutes. Okay.
And Ray has only 2.5.
But again, Ray is somebody who's we've seen him in this mode, like when he's and Shant played e3. Which is okay as well, because if you take it right now, it's knight e4, and I think it's just the perpetual knight g5, because if you go here, it's knight f4.
e3, nice move. Yeah.
Yeah, so e3 might be forcing a draw.
Both knights are happy here.
So if I go here,
knight f4,
knight f4 again, and then e2, rook b7, king g6. That is, again, that's not me, that is computer telling me what to do. If g4, I imagine you take that and you take that. Right, so no, g4 I was like, yeah, okay, theoretically I'm threatening checkmate in 1, so I have to check this kind of moves. Yeah. Now knight g7 of course would be terrible, then black would win with rook c2. Yeah, e3 is an interesting try, because it immediately asks the question. You can take on e3 and we agree a draw by repetition.
I prefer to take, of course, because the e3 pawn
otherwise the e3 pawn is quite dangerous. Yeah. Let's see, and Ray is down to just like a couple minutes, right? Gumulage, by the way, seems completely winning, right?
Let's check. Yeah.
Hovhannisyan with Gumulage on board 1.
After rook f2, knight g5.
Knight g5 was played.
Rook c7, rook a b1, b8.
Actually, could play knight e4.
Yeah.
Because rook f7, king g8 would win. Anyway,
okay.
Rook a b8.
a8.
King f1.
And d3 was played.
d3. d3 is strange, I want to say.
Maybe the idea is to play knight e4 and d2. And
yeah, but why don't you play knight e4 first? I mean, that is the big question for me. So you start with knight e4
maybe
and then...
the pawn on f7 is hanging, that's why he's...
For now, not really, right?
No, maybe not now, but...
It's unclear where this rook... Yeah, say rook is going here, then you go d3, and they go check, and they go rook c7.
Rook c7, yeah.
Understandable, yeah. True.
That's why he
started with d3.
Any active moves for maybe g4? No?
I'm not sure. It's like if
It's
wait,
too
wait,
late to play g4, yeah?
It feels like yeah.
And
G4. I mean, we could try, but same thing. Knight E4 followed by D2, and because this just loses more material, right?
We cannot connect the rooks here.
So
Rook c3 he played.
Rook C3.
Oh, bishop c3. Yeah.
Bishop C3. Yeah, bishop C3 kind of made the most sense to me because you defend B2, you even have some rook H4.
And
you
if
know.
knight e4 here?
If knight E4
Rook
here.
f4? No. Rook
It says rook F7 because now I cannot attack. He cannot attack.
Rook g7.
Or can I? Rook G7 here. And they would just take on G6. Knight F2, King F2.
And D3 pawn.
D3 pawn is stopped with the king. Yeah, no, I don't like D3 like intuitively. Something's wrong with it. I believe that black is still much better or even winning, but wait, can I? No.
Take
I
on
thought
C3?
take on C3, but rook takes back.
Yeah, attacking the D3 pawn after it.
Well, in fact, knight E4 is a correct move. You just have to go to H6, and apparently you're still winning. Yeah, and if bishop D2. You have to go G5, and this is not something that is easy to understand.
You know, I agree that you D3, maybe it's some chances for white.
It's probably a winning move.
Yeah,
but it's kind of there was no need. Like here, you had all the control, right? I mean, you could go knight E4 and win, but you could also go king G8. There was nothing going on, right? And after D3, at least white has some tricks. What's the time there?
5 minutes for Goulash and
Robert made his move 40. Robert made his move 40, so white is out of trouble, out of time trouble.
This is the last move for Goulash.
Yeah. So knight E4 again. So the line goes knight E4, rook F7, king goes here.
Check.
And then after check, G5 is probably the only move.
Maybe H4.
But now I guess the rook is hanging. Yeah?
The rook.
Maybe that's why.
That's why it's okay for
Maybe
black.
that's why we are winning. Yeah. So this is hanging. This is hanging. I guess, yeah, this one you just, well, you even have knight G3.
Or knight F2.
Yeah, knight F2 also works. Yeah. Knight F2, king F2, and rook B2. Okay, so he needs to find knight E4.
And if not, maybe some...
calm move, rook D8, but I don't really, like... understand. You want to take and go D2, so it has a threat.
And knight E4 is also a threat?
It has a threat, right?
Maybe
rook D8 is cool, yeah. Rook D8 is a cool move. But after king E1, you still have to do this and kind of... now you can go to G8 because this no longer works. Rook C3.
Knight F2.
Pawn takes, knight F2,
D2.
And D2, yeah.
Rook D1, smart move. Looks like it.
Yeah,
no?
Okay. He
Bishop
has to play one of the moves. Either, is there option 3? Okay, option 3 is rook E8, but I mean, I actually kind of understand rook E8, where it comes from, not to let the king come closer. But the most natural, of course, is to go... Okay, let me play some stupid move, like king G8. I want to defend this in order to go knight E4. My problem is that white goes rook D2.
And if rook D8...
If rook D8,
bishop
now
F6.
there is bishop... it's even worse. Yeah, it's even worse. It's even worse. I've just blundered the pawn on D3.
Bishop C3.
No, still some... Wait. Black has played, now I see it from a camera view, black has played knight E4. He found the winning move. 94 on the board,
And
but they made
let's
it.
come back to the
Robson,
yeah.
Come back to Robson with shunt after e3. He didn't take. He went king e1. Yeah?
Knight f4.
e1, knight f4.
Rook e5.
What?
Move 40.
Rook e5 played, right?
Yeah.
Rook e5. Now knight e3 wins the exchange back, but then at least there is this extra pawn on the a file. And maybe it's more than. Yeah, it's like you can go here, 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 a3. Computer's not impressed, but you know, it's an extra pawn.
Extra
Yeah,
pawn
it's an
in
extra
the
pawn.
end
So
game.
white has to.
Maybe something more interesting for black
e2.
here. e2, yeah.
And then if you go, what do you do, by the way? Yeah.
If rook b1, rook
Knight
d3. Knight d3 is winning.
King d2. No, wait. Knight d3 is not winning because king d2, but rook c2 is winning. Because I threaten this and this, right? Threaten this and this.
That's interesting, yeah.
So e2, I have to leave the rook like that. Rook d4. And then black has a check. King d2.
After king f2, rook f1 is winning, I think, yeah?
Here it's check.
And
King g3.
check.
Knight h5, and then just go. So king d2, rook d1, king whatever, c2.
By the way,
e1,
if b2
queen,
was played,
rook takes, rook f4, and rook e2. This is much better version.
much better because the pawn on g2 is.
But funny enough, even this, I would not be fully relaxed. Because knights are known to be terribly bad at stopping the a pawn.
The rook pawn, yeah.
Like, if I can take on a4, I would do it immediately. But the question is if I can. Yeah, I guess. So e2 played, yeah?
Yeah. And it is
It is also
40.
move 40.
Yeah.
So these guys also made it to the end of the time control. Donchenko-Sevian is already a draw. This one is a win for Artemiev over Aravind long time ago. Here I just wanted, because I think we all made it to move 40 to time control, so I wanted to show some line. Some line here from Artemiev's game that he mentioned. Knight f1, wait, bishop e6, knight e3, hang on, where is it? Knight e3, d4, right, and Artemiev mentioned that he thought this was the way, and then go back and take on f2, and apparently that is good enough for white to hold, because if you trade on d1, that's what he said, like I was planning to take on d1, but then next move white takes on f6, let's say rook a d8, you take on f6, g f6, and
the end game is
should be
bishops.
Should be a draw without too much of a problem. Okay, so Nihal Sarin, let's see if their game is still in progress. It is, but I think we have more moves, right? We should have more moves.
Yeah, now it's move 42.
So after h5, I think like around actually
h5,
maybe given some chance.
King e4,
King e4, hg, right? Rook g4, king d5.
King goes to a6 pawn. Rook g2, rook a4, rook d2, king c5, check on c2, king b6. Wow. So we need to take on
Oh, yeah,
b2
we
and
take
sacrifice
this.
the rook, maybe.
King takes.
But our pawn is also b3, maybe. B3.
B3 possible.
The idea rook a2.
B3 they'd go rook b4, right? They'd go rook
but
b4.
maybe in some moment I'm ready to sacrifice the rook and to promote the g5 pawn.
Wait, I think you go here after king b7.
King g6.
King g6, yeah, a6 and king h5.
A7
I mean, you can
and
go
rook a2.
via f5, but king h5 is safer. Yeah, a7 here, here, or whatever. Maybe you don't need to take, but basically, I'm saying that this is just a draw, right?
G4.
G4, the king is way too far. So yeah, draw seems to be
After rook b2,
unavoidable.
king a6, yeah.
They already did it, yeah?
And b3 is very logical. To put
Yeah, you can start
rook
with
on
g5, I think. You can start with g5. I was even thinking if I can do that, but no.
Yeah, I think
no,
that
the pawn is too
without
fast.
b3, we have no move rook a2.
And then the pawn will just be faster, yeah. So b3.
That's why I suggested to
Wait,
move
can
b3.
I do something? Do that. And then it was g5. Okay, how about that? Let's find a way for black to kind of lose. Yeah. Here, 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 and this is already winning.
Rook a1, rook b2, g5. Let's continue.
Rook a1,
rook b2,
rook b2,
g5.
G5, but I think here you just cut them, right?
Yeah.
G4, a7.
We need the king on h5 or f5 here.
So after rook b2, and if we wanted to go with the king, then cutting on the fifth rank is also enough. Yep, go here, and then g5,
a7,
a7.
Yeah. Just waiting for.
Well, if I go here, that means rook b6 is the problem. Okay. Because if you go, if you go 8, it's still a draw, right? takes, king h5, and yeah, the pawn will prove enough compensation. But the problem is, of course, rook b6, rook a6.
Maybe king b6, rook a5 is also a threat to.
Black will have to take on a7. Yeah, true. But again, like I've done something really stupid. Why would you go rook b1? Yeah, you're absolutely right. b3.
b3, yeah.
b3. I guess rook b4 will be played, and then the most straightforward is just go g5, get the king here.
Rook b4? Michal, sorry.
King b6, king here, a6, king here, a7, rook a2, rook b3, and it's important not to go g4. That would be stupid. Rook b5, rook a5. Yeah. But yeah, you can.
Well-known idea to.
I mean, you can go king h4. Yeah, king h4, or just not to think at all, to take it, and then
Not to blunder this.
It's still way too far. This king. Up, and I just lost it. Nice.
Right.
That's a very embarrassing moment, but also very educational moment, because what you have to do is what they call shouldering, right? So king d4, g3, and the king cannot get here. And I automatically played this, but then king c5, g3, king d4, g2, rook here, king here, and white king is just in time. So it's far enough.
White shoulder is stronger.
White is far away, but not too far away. Yeah, I guess king h4 just like eliminates the whole conversation. Yeah. So why to take if you can win a whole tempo like this? Anyway, this one is still in progress, but
And yeah,
will be a draw any time soon. Board one for Vanessian with Gumulage. I think we are getting more moves played.
Only one.
Wait, so d3, bishop c3, knight e4, and the rook takes f7 was played. So now
so it is
king g8 is a draw, and
king
king h6 is winning. Oh, wait, let me switch to this board. He's thinking. He's still thinking. I think it's again like we have this view. This view which shows the time, but it's a wrong time, right? It's time before they get increment. Yeah, it's a time before they got increment. So it has to be
half an hour
for both players. Yeah. Or maybe no, maybe Vanessian has already got increment, and this shows.
And if after king h6, check on g, is it possible? No?
Bishop g7, yeah, actually a legit question because I have to go to h5, computer tell me.
g4?
g4, king h, now king g5. No, I don't understand anything now. Now king g5, but not in immediate. I would think immediate king g5 is like something a bit more logical. If they go here, but now they're threatening to checkmate me.
Yeah.
Now they're threatening to checkmate me. Huh. It's still not easy. It's still not easy. But if you were to go here, then rook g7, rook g6, and it's apparently a draw.
Takes on f2.
King f2, and it seems we cannot save the pawn, right?
Rook d8.
Rook d8, king e1. Important not to go king e3 because rook takes, yeah. A more active move, king e1.
So he need to eliminate the move because there are only two moves for black.
For white, you mean king e3 or king e1?
No. I mean
now,
now
in the current position after rook f7, yeah, of course you have two legal moves, and but during the game you don't even know if there is a winning move, right? So you might actually be not sure, like okay, king h6, and then it gets.
Because here maybe some mates checkmates ideas for white.
Yeah, bishop e5, and then
attacking the rook, attacking the.
And then you have to go this, and this is how you win. Bishop f4, king h5, but you make sure that the rook is getting traded.
And maybe another rook on b7.
Then they will go. If you go another rook on b7, I think they go rook f8. Threatening the same
rook
thing.
h7. But it's not so clear. Like
again, you know, like it's probably winning. Computer tells us it's winning, but even computer is not sure. And during the game, you start seeing like king g5, bishop e5, some checkmate threats. And normally you just don't want it because you have this experience how, let's say, I just miss one move and instead of a win I get a loss, right? So, okay, now the right way is to go to h5 and after this check to go to g5. So that now, there's still this, right? No, now I'll just take f2. So gf5, d2.
Yeah, it's enough.
And yeah, now we are winning. King g4 or something.
And maybe instead of g4 here, bishop e5 still?
Yeah, but this one I can take, right?
No mate here. Rook h7, king g5.
Yes. I have a square or I have a square.
A square.
Yeah. But it is, yeah, it is quite tricky.
And if take on b8,
takes on b, I think. Oh well, actually.
if you take on rook b8.
I mean, I see what it says the best move, and it's not easy. Yeah. Actually, this one's what? This one might not be. I mean, at least there is like decent chances for a draw. King f3, and rook d2. You just put rook d7. Yeah. So after bishop b8, apparently the strongest move is knight h3, which is not obvious.
Yeah.
But I guess knight e4 wins as well. Yeah. I'm sorry. Here, knight e4 should be. Knight e4 is also tricky. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, like here, for instance, like normal move here, and then bishop c7, threatening this again. Yeah. Right.
d2, king
d2, bishop d8, knight f6, and you go rook d7.
And maybe it's time to win for white.
Yeah, now white is winning. Yeah, now white is winning. No, but that's what I'm saying. Like, if it would be winning like easily, of course, you find king h6. But if you constantly get these variations where you don't really know, maybe there is like one small resource and you are checkmated, and also that is what, 4th hour of play, so you're a little bit tired.
Yeah, with the pawn on d4, all these tricks.
Yeah. So seriously, like d3 is winning, but it was much easier win to just like do something here, including knight e4.
e4. To stop this bishop.
Because he ended up giving this pawn with a check anyway, right? But imagine you went knight e4, white goes, and then you go d3. And now we would not be having this discussion, because after this check now, you go king g8, and the bishop is still here, right? Rook d7, and don't know, rook c8 or rook c2.
Less activity for white. Yep. Rook on g2, bishop on e1.
Yeah, exactly. So d3
only
was
one rook is
a little bit inaccurate.
Yeah, but still winning, as computers say. Yeah. Says here.
After rook f7, yes, but he needs to find king h6, which is
king h6, and then.
And after this check, king h5.
h5. Yeah.
King h5. Yeah, apparently this is also winning, and you just go like that, and you trade the rooks. But this is, you know, maybe it's actually not so hard now. I'm thinking, maybe it's not so hard.
Maybe one game.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see what we have. Robson Sargsyan on board 2. Do we have it? Or yeah, it's still played. Nihal Sarin has finished, or
yeah, it is a draw. Empty board.
Board 5. This is empty, and this is also empty. No, wait, I don't have these moves, and I guess like somewhere. So I don't know
after
which one.
After rook. After maybe b3. Let's remember this moment.
I don't even know where it is.
On the 43rd move.
Yeah, but I'm not yet here. I only have 40, you see, so that is too much stuff to... This.
Yeah, and b3.
b3, king, or
rook b4, g5, king b6, king g6, a6, king h5, a7, rook a2, rook b3, king h4, rook b5, and now it's threatening to rook a7, yeah.
King takes.
Rook g5 he played.
Rook a7, rook g5 immediately, okay.
And it's a draw.
Yeah, so 3 games down, 2 left. We have what? Hovhannisyan Gumulaj and Robson Sargsyan. Let's catch up with this one. So e2 and rook to d4 was played, I think, and that's all we have. Now
rook c1 is
this
nice check,
long line with a draw, and otherwise I mean, taking on g2 would mean you stuck with this knight on g2, so it's not great.
Lost the pawn on it.
Not great. And let's say if black wanted something like that, then you can take, I guess.
Take.
Takes.
Rook a3. Rook c2, rook d2 maybe. Yeah?
This is something I wanted to say. Then, if you get this position, you probably cannot take g2 because the pawn will just run.
Even if you will not take, it's.
And it's already bad. Yeah, it's already bad. So here, knight e3, and it's an extra pawn.
Rook pawn against the knight is clever chances. That's why he played rook c1, of course.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. I didn't expect him to go knight h5. I was just looking at any alternative. What else can you do? But yeah.
What?
All good. That's our. I just confused the camera feed. So rook to c1. Now again, king f2 we've seen was losing. King d2. Black goes rook d1. King c2.
Maybe
black
here is something instead of e1.
You can try this and then
maybe
takes and knight g3. And I guess again, like it's not clear why would we play it for a win with black. We can only lose it. So I think black kind of has to do this. Rook takes. White has to take the knight. Rook e2, king b3, and rook g2. And let's say we go a4. And black goes, I'm not sure, here or g5. Still, this pawn is somehow
maybe
very fast.
We can move our knight on c5 and just to take on a4. And
knight e4, they'll go a5. And then it's knight d2. Okay.
Be careful for white also.
So check. King d2, all that is played. Rook d1, king c2, e1, queen played. White has no alternatives whatsoever, so rook e1 will be played. Rook f4 will be played.
By the way, Gumulash played king
h6. Wow, impressive.
I think he's just eliminate the move, because if king g8, rook g7, and
okay, so let's see this one for a few more moves, like to see if
maybe
Ray will continue playing
or not,
or just. I guess he will. I mean, at least this a pawn. At least this a pawn does have some value.
And tomorrow.
What's the pairing tomorrow? I remember Sevian facing Aravind.
Yeah, Avagyan facing Avagyan, Artemiev Nikhalsarin, as we said before, Sevian against Aravind, Sargsyan Donchenko, Gumulash Robson.
Okay, so king b3, rook takes, and I believe there is little sense to do anything else but a4. Wait, okay, and maybe this is the easiest way. I was a little bit scared about that. Yeah, check and some, but I cannot go king b4. You see, because they knight d5. Yeah. So if I go king a4, knight d7. So now with a6, I'm very happy. Yeah, to go here. Now there is no a6, for example. Rook c4 stops knight c5, but there is no a6 because of a check, right? So I might at some point just
maybe rook h1.
Rook h1, to be able to go here, right? This, and then we can give a check, maybe king b5.
Maybe check.
Check, king c6.
Rook a1.
6. Yeah, you're right. You can go.
But maybe it's mate. No mate here. No,
knight b8 is probably safer. You can go knight b8
Knight
and
b8.
then knight b8, king
Of course,
goes,
no need to
and you just
sacrifice.
go king g6. Just go king g6.
But a4 was played, of course.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, a4 is a good move. Anyway. Okay, so I think this will go for some time, and we should switch to board 1. Gumulaj against Hovhannisyan. Knight e4, rook f7, king h6. But then Hovhannisyan, he's not in rush to play a move, right? Of course, he will be looking for the best chance.
Mm-hmm. Aye.
24 minutes. I think it could be that it's just this pause that nobody's making a move. Wait, Ray was a bit short on time, right?
Ray, let me check. Not really. After a4 was played g5.
So let's go back here. a4, g5. Yeah, g5 is very logical. Rook f1, for example. And we were saying, what were we doing? Knight
d4.
Knight
d2, knight d2 and knight c5.
Knight d4 and knight, yeah, but king b4 is possible. Also, rook c1 is possible to stop this. And let's say, I mean, just some random variation. I take the pawn, king b4. How do I stop the a pawn? This,
rook a2,
this, king b5. I guess, like even like sacrificing a rook could be an option, right? At some point, like if my stuff moves forward.
Okay.
I'm not sure king h5 is too much, so king f7, knight here, and let's say
okay, if we
h5,
king b6, h4, a7,
even h3, right? King b7.
So king b7.
Now Compy says black is better, right? So here.
Oh,
wait, I have to go. Okay, this is tricky because king e5, knight a6, I actually lose, so I have to go here.
And if knight a6,
knight a6,
rook b2, rook b2.
Ah.
And now your king.
You have to go to a8. Well, and now of course, yeah, black is promoting. Okay, some random line to be honest, but yeah. The thing is, like, whenever I see this a pawn, it's been so many times that, like, yeah, the pawn is just running and
Suddenly it promotes, yeah?
Yeah, you cannot really do anything.
a5, rook a4. If
okay, what happens if we put the rook like this? Then black goes king g6. I get no. It actually goes rook f2 and rook f3 and probably takes. It's amazing how black is in time to. Oh yeah, no, not this line. Sorry. It's amazing how black is in time to even take this pawn. What's going on?
Now after g5.
I need to find it.
Is thinking here.
Need to find this one.
What is the best square for the rook? Maybe rook f1, rook a1.
Like this and rook. No, but rook a1 we are already happy to just like go.
Just to take on a4.
Take on a4, of course.
And no chances here for white. Rook a3 maybe. Save the queen, the pawn. Rook f3.
Not this.
Not really.
h5, g4.
Knight a3. Stop the pawn. G4.
You mean like to play rook and knight against the rook, but
not seriously, yeah.
You can, of course, but I think not with these players.
No.
I feel like not with this players.
And time control is also.
Yeah, and also you get 30 seconds increment all the time, so yeah. So what shall we do? We go back to g5 move. Robson is thinking, and
I want some game with rook and the bishop against the rook.
yeah, that is possible. That is possible. Luckily, I never had it as the weaker side because, like back then, when let's say I was playing and kind of my knowledge was this seventh rank defense or whatever it's called when you set the rook and the rook and the king one square away from each other, which is not the best defense. It also holds, but it's not the best defense. And nowadays, like people go for so-called Cochrane defense, which is somehow pin the bishop from with the rook from afar. Okay, you can check it on Wikipedia. But so I've kind of had some ideas how to defend. I knew the Philidor position. Actually, one has to test every 3 months or every half a year. you have to check if you still remember the Philidor's position. But the only time I got it was in a rapid game, and I somehow won so easily. Like my opponent, it was rook and a bishop. Yeah, so my opponent didn't even make it to fill it. So we were just moving, and at some point I understood. Oh, okay, well, it's a checkmate. Yeah, so I don't even know how it happened.
And with the rook and the knight?
Rook and knight, I don't think I ever had. No, I mean, of
even
course,
in,
like
even in blitz.
No, blitz maybe, but these things I just don't remember. I mean, obviously, on internet blitz you had I don't know any single position you can think of.
And what the difference between the live games and internet games?
That is actually something we also spoken with Vlad just a little bit, because I think the main is you don't feel the opponent's presence, right? So that is something you're playing more kind of the position on the board, and not your opponent, so you don't always. Like, I'm not sure if it's a good thing, a bad thing, and you would probably have different opinions on this one. Plus, like logically, on internet, people, younger people who are much better with these things have great advantage.
Faster.
Yeah, have great advantage, and especially if let's say we play something no increment, which obviously everybody plays nowadays. So
I see some physical activity for Shant. He's just
stretching.
Stretching.
Does a bit of stretching, right?
Do we need some gym besides the playing hall with some boxing stuff?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe. That was a discussion, by the way, like not so long ago. So, what is the most kind of beneficial physical activity for chess players during the tournament? Because it's tricky, right? Why, let's say, it's so hard when you lose a game in chess? Why it's so hard to kind of get rid of it? Because first of all, like for many people, you think that everything's on the board. Like if we were running, who is faster, and say I lost, I can always say, but okay, genetics, okay, it's something happened.
Long legs.
Here, right here. You make a move, I make a move. If I made a bad move, that means I'm stupid, right? And it's very often you get yourself into this sort of mental pressure. And second, when, let's say, in some physical sport, you lose at the end, but you're exhausted, right? So you've given your kind of physical energy and so on. So you're tired, you're exhausted. In chess, you can be like, you can't sleep, and you would be thinking again and again, like what happened. So apparently something needs to be done. I know most players, they just walk. They walk a lot, like kilometers, really.
And what about the swimming?
Swimming, I guess swimming is ideal. Swimming is ideal. Full body workout.
But before the game,
Before the game, you cannot swim, right? That is. We all know. We all know. No, but that's again, that's the thing. I don't think you can do anything before the game, like anything meaningful. You always have to be kind of present. Remember, I have to play the game, and so on and so on. And that's why very often you see chess players being night owls, right? So they wake up very late. It's not because they're lazy or something. It's just that the routine, let's say if you have a game at 3 p.m. and you wake up at 8, that means you've already like spent half of your day, you had a lot of emotions. Yeah. I have another question. Why do we start at 3? Is there like any explanation why we start at 3?
For me, it's much better to start at 10 or 9.
Seriously?
Yeah.
In the evening.
Yeah, evening okay, but I've lost most of morning games, I think.
No, but I understand. But that's exactly because we were all trained. Yeah, I hated morning rounds all the time. But that's because we are trained to play in the afternoon. And like at first place, like why do we do it this way? I guess the point was, no, seriously, it could be. It's probably a tradition, and it could be that, there is very long time controls. You play, let's say, for 3 hours, and now it's 6 p.m.
6 p.m.
And people finish their work, and they come to see a tournament. So maybe that was the logic. I honestly, I don't know. Or this is randomly decided. Let's have it.
But tomorrow we have a round on Avagyan.
Yeah, tomorrow we have, let's see how we do as the commentators during the morning, not so early, but still a morning round. No, I remember the most terrifying experience was Bundesliga, German Bundesliga, because on Saturday you play at 4, I think, start at 4 or 3 something, and on Sunday it's 9 a.m. And it was that 9 is like.
Also in Asia, 9 o'clock is normal time.
Really?
For start the game.
Oh, so playing very, very early. Interesting.
Yeah. In China.
I didn't know. Yeah, I didn't know. So in China.
In China, yeah. It's
really early games.
Quite.
So that is something like European, traditional to have a game at 3. Still no move, right? I'm looking at the camera. Still no move
from Avanesyan and
and Robson with Shunt. Let me see. Also no move. You know what? We were hoping for a faster round, but it seems these games will go on. So let's maybe take a short break again. Ren and I'm saying this, and Ray plays Rook C4. What was our solution after Rook C4? Rook H2. I think we were taking the pawn. I actually like King G6 now that I'm thinking. King G6.
Maybe King E7, C6. And
97. I was thinking to go here.
A5.
A5. You mean after that? There's also Rook C3. Hang on.
Rook C3 or Rook King B4? So? Because you have no
check. Takes, King takes. I would just lose. Rook G3. King B4. King B4. And if I take, I lose again, right? No, here I was actually thinking that even if I sacrifice the rook, maybe I'm somehow making a draw. What is the kind of the most clever way? This, King. King B2 is also an option, and to block with the rook, right? Check and to block with the rook. No, but then you can actually trade and go here, because a6 is not possible. So after King B3, Knight C7, King C4, and you already start moving your pawns, yeah? Still tense.
King G6.
Yeah, he played King G6. So in reality, after knight e7, the best move is king f7, apparently. And then if knight c6.
If rook g3 here, rook c3.
Rook c3. I guess here you can take, go king e6.
In this position, the king is closer.
Yeah,
than
king d6, and you're in the square, and
h5 g4.
a5 g4. You will just exchange this pawn. Yeah, so this is also a draw. This is also a draw. So after king g6.
If normal, after normal moves, it should be draw here. And another game, more chances. G4 was after.
So finally some development, right? Bishop g7, king h5, g4. So now king g5 is the strongest.
And if we take on g4,
d2. If we take on g4, hg.
And if we take mate, maybe on
If we take, it is a checkmate. It's check. No, wait, wrong check.
King
f4.
on queen on
Rook 7 f4. There is not a mate. We just win a knight. Just win a knight. No, I'm completely. Yeah. So there's king g5, and then white goes rook h2.
Wow. Bishop h6.
Threatens this. So after d2, they have check and takes. Okay. But if you go here immediately, this does not protect the bishop.
It's maybe.
Again, d2. Right. Everything's tired. Even OBS says it's disconnected.
Okay.
So, I don't know. Let's remind everybody that we had 2 draws today. Donchenko Sevian and Michal Sarin Aram Hakobian. And even before that, we had Artemiev winning with black in 25 moves against Aravind. So 2 more games running. And it looks like they will run for some time. So I declare one more break, not the long break, but some break. And we will come back as soon as they will start playing moves. back with the remaining portion of 8th round of Stepan Avagyan Memorial. 2 games are still in progress, and one of them, Robert Hovhannisyan against Shimon Gumulaj, is coming, as it seems, coming to conclusion. Yeah. So we have seen this moment, right, on move 41, where Black actually found the best move, King H6, and after Bishop G7, King H5, G4, King to G5 was the key move. So now GF5 is played, and both D2 or Knight F2 win the game for Black.
D2 was played?
D2 was already played. Now the trick is, if we go King E2, Knight takes, right? Knight takes, and I have to take the... so it's an extra rook, okay. That explains a lot. And if I wanted to give a check, the trick is to go with a counter check. And then rook takes, d1 is threatening, and after rook d7, it's, I mean, you probably win by like taking h3 something, but rook b7 is a nice trick.
And again, an extra rook for Black.
Yeah. Okay, so d2, Robert still has some time left, or only 2 minutes. So then it means yeah, if our camera is not lagging, he's forced to make a move.
Yeah, but
and
what
there
move?
is there is no move. That's the problem.
H4.
Wait,
check.
H4, and if I take on H4, it's still winning. King G4 winning. King, yeah, like H4 is maybe a panic move that you can make, but Black has no legal way of not winning this game. So H4. Wait, how is it possible that he still
is walking around the board? Yeah?
How is it possible that he still didn't make a move? I thought it was like not enough. I guess doesn't matter. If you lose on time, it's still doesn't change much.
Rook G2.
Rook G2 check, yeah, knight G3.
Check, and here nothing, yeah?
Well, Rook G3 also works because
yes,
you're
but check is more forcing.
Yeah.
Knight G3, yeah. Check after check is a nice idea.
Yeah, I will just promote.
Yeah. No idea how to help.
No. There is absolutely, like, we can't really find any option. Bishop f6 doesn't make any sense. You just take, right?
So it is the only unlucky game of Robert, yeah?
Yeah, Robert was very solid through the tournament, but somehow today it's even hard to explain like how it happened, because yes, he got a bit worse position from the opening, but he wasn't forced to enter this endgame. And then I think the biggest maybe, okay, not the biggest mistake, but like this one made Black's life so easy when he went knight c1. And when you take, and yeah, like you get the chance to get this knight to e4. This was
maybe h3 pawn was also a mistake.
Yeah, but it's like they say, in a bad position all the moves are bad, right? So
Rook d7 was played.
It already wasn't good.
In our game, yeah.
Wait a second. So g4, hang on, this, and rook to d7.
Yeah.
And then the same thing, knight f2, king f2, and rook b7. Yeah. Or even rook b7 immediately, but I think you take the
yeah. Less checks after take the rook.
Yeah. Okay.
How many times you should calculate such variation before you make the move?
That is always a question. I think
7 times.
Yeah, no. Somebody. I I think it was possibly Kramnik who mentioned that, like, it's like you find one win, you make sure it's winning, and you don't look for alternatives, because this is the way to get confused. Because then you find another one, and then you start comparing, and you start thinking, like, so intuitively, if you know this is a winning position, which it should be, right, you just find one variation and you go for it. Because yes, seeing the computer evaluation, this wins, like for instance, you can go here, and then after rook g2, you just take on f5.
Once I've lost a very interesting game because I thought about how to win, and I should choose another variation.
Which was not winning.
Well, yeah. And and my first idea was much better.
Yeah, I think I had like even like some sort of a formula that like the most dangerous thought is to say even this move is winning. Like, so you're not looking for the best move. You say, oh, okay, I can do this strange thing and it also wins, right? And this is, and then eventually you blunder something and somehow don't win. I'm not sure what stops him from taking on F. Do we miss something?
Rook d2 maybe. No?
Rook d2 I thought about, but then just knight e4 attack this. Yeah, I mean it's an extra rook, right? It's still an extra rook. Yes, at least this, and then let's pretend like you don't see rook b7. Then it's actually not so easy. Then you probably have to take and like, play this position, right? Rook h3 or something.
Maybe bishop e5.
Bishop e5.
Bishop c3.
Here, yeah, bishop c3 is the best. Yeah, and white actually has a good chance of surviving. So if you don't see rook b7, it's a little bit tricky. But on the other hand,
I guess
he should see the rook b7. Yeah.
He took on f2.
Knight f2 played. Okay. Nothing to do for Robert. And I guess he's down to seriously to last seconds or so. So the move should follow.
Yeah, maybe 15
quickly.
seconds or less even. No, other moves, I think.
No, he takes on d2, but then it's just an extra rook without much trouble for black. So we can leave it like that and quickly check what happens in the other board, the other game. I think I'm behind as well. So I've seen this rook f3. So basically the situation is like that. A pawn is running and black has to organize counterplay of his own. So after rook f3,
h5, a5.
Yeah, logical. h5,
Formula.
f5, g4. Yeah.
Yeah. Rook f8. After take.
Yeah, takes. Rook f8.
Rook h3.
Rook h3.
King e4. Rook h1.
e4, rook h1. And this is what we have. This is what we have, yeah. This is what we have. So now, after this check, where do we go? I'm not convinced.
I know that not h5 or h6.
yeah, we don't go here because we'll lose a rook.
So we can easily eliminate because we have no f5, f7. That's why maybe.
I guess we can go here, but then we've lost the g pawn. I don't quite like it.
But maybe.
Yeah, I understand it's still a draw, but.
Rook a1.
Rook a1, king b5.
Check, maybe.
And then you have a perpetual check with the horse here, right? And you don't even. Okay. This way I can win.
Rook a5.
Yeah, rook a5, king c7. Yeah, I was hoping maybe I can avoid even playing this position, but apparently not. So we might see a bit of rook and knight versus rook, which will make it a very long round all of a sudden.
in Avanesian game, after
should be ending
after rook
anytime
d2,
soon.
knight e4 was played. Rook d5.
D4.
Rook d5.
Rook d5.
Rook f3, check, and take on f5.
Okay, rook
King
f3
e2.
check, king e2, rook f5. It's an extra rook.
And rook d4,
It is
rook
an
b2 with a
extra
check also.
rook. B2 is a check.
An extra rook and
So what happens after king e3? You go knight f6 and you block this bishop, so there is no discovered attack. I was like if you go somewhere there is like this rook g4 and bishop b2, but you just go back to f6.
And it was played, of course.
Knight's already on f6. I think this should be it.
Should be the end here. Shimon
will be back to -1. -1. So again, he won against Aravind and now against Robert, but he lost to Aram, Artemiev, and Michal Sarin, I think. And this is it. A win for Shimon Gumulaj.
And only one game left.
So we only have Robson with Shant.
And the position?
He went with a check, king f6, rook g4. So now the question is, do we go for it? Wait a second. Is knight
c3?
Knight c3, you'd go king a6, right? Because I was hoping that...
Maybe we can change...
the view, of course, sorry. Here, rook is on g. He didn't even play rook a1 yet. That's the position.
Yeah, but it's logical.
This is logical if you want to get, let's say, maybe he wants something like this. King e6. I don't know where this knight's going. King d7, be closer with the king, and maybe white can't even get rook and knight against the rook, which is like not a big problem, of course. And I've seen some people even like agreeing a draw without playing rook and knight against the rook, because it's apparently close to zero chance of... Rook a1 played.
We will see very soon.
Rook a1 played. Ray goes to b5. Understandable.
Knight c7?
He does go knight c7, and now...
Perpetual or...
Or you have to go king c6. I think that's the best chance.
King b6?
King b6, knight d5. You can go to...
a6,
and I'm still going. I'm still going with the check. So there is nothing white can do.
And tomorrow Robson played with black against Shimon, who just
won. So at the end of the tournament, I guess people get tired and so on because we have more results, right? There were
maybe
days where
he will claim draw, I think.
How can you claim a draw? You mean?
I mean after the perpetual check.
No, but it's not yet there, right?
This is...
So he went king b7.
King b7, rook a5. King c7.
King c7, logically.
Okay, 50 moves left.
Not more than 50 moves
left.
More than 50 moves. You can always make it shorter by offering a draw, or with black by blundering something.
Okay, we should ask Ray Robson. Is he ready to play this position for the win? He's thinking,
if you look at him at the camera, it's not clear if he really kind of believes in Yeah. Just like he's very skeptical about all that. He's very skeptical about all that.
Now he
Rook
looks
A1.
like Nakamura a little bit because Nakamura was always
mimics.
mimics.
But no, I think like in Naka's case, sometimes I feel like it's a little bit, artificial kind of.
Okay, game is.
The game is on. Rook F4. Here, I don't even know what to say here. There is no particular defensive method or something because you don't want to be in the corner, right? I mean, if you do this is stupid, and even this is not yet lost. But of course, you don't want to go in a corner. You want to be as close to the center as possible, right? King here. I don't even know. What can you do?
He looks like, I'm sorry for playing it, but
yeah, you gotta take your chances.
Nice. What move was?
Rook F4, King.
Queen C7. It was the last take.
The last capture,
Last capture.
King C7, move 66. Hang on a second. I'm wrong. It's not Rook F4, it's Rook E4, so he's cutting the king.
Rook A7.
Rook A7 check, yes. Good.
I played such position for
defensive
and
side?
for
Also
both sides.
And
no
two
result.
draws, two draws, yeah. Two draws. I think this is like really okay. I mean, one really has to do something like here first. You always have checks, right? Okay, if let's say we pass, check, and then we do kind of the stupidest thing ever. Go to E7. Check, and now the king is cut off. But the king is in a stalemate, right? So now if I go king E6, you have, it's the only move, but it's enough, yeah. Check and so on. Right.
Is it a draw?
And it is, it is. Ray decided not to torture his opponent, not to torture us. And after Rook A7, I'm not sure if the move was played or they just agreed a draw. Okay. And this is it. That concludes today's 8th round.
We have the sole leader.
Yeah, finally, it's it was last time we had the sole leader was when Aravind won, right? I think in round 1 or something.
It was 2.
Yeah, and since then we
1
always
week
had
ago,
a tie. Yeah, and nobody had +2 in this tournament, so that's for the first time somebody has +2, and that's Artemiev. So Artemiev wins with black, and the Gumulage wins with black. Those are 2 results. All the rest being draws. For the last round, which starts 11 in the morning tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yeah.
Okay, for us it starts 11 in the morning. I don't know where you watch this broadcast from, guys, but adjust accordingly. Basically, it starts 4 hours earlier compared to a usual starting time.
11 local time.
Yep. And for tomorrow, just quickly to check the pairings.
Avagyan, Avanesyan,
yep.
Artemiev, Mikhal Sarin, Sevian, Aravin, Sargsyan, Donchenko, and Gumulage, Robson.
Yeah, so if Artemiev makes a draw with white, he's guaranteed to at least a tie for the first, and it will depend on Sevian. So we have Artemiev on +2, and then Sevian and Mikhal Sarin on +1. These are the main contenders, or should I say the only contenders for the first place.
See you tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks for watching, guys, and see you tomorrow. We should preserve some energy because it starts earlier.